Hey guys, welcome back to the Vid-Bits, and I'm Brian, and I'm hanging out with you playing some Pacman Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs, brought to you by our good friends at Bandai Namco Entertainment. Thank you so much for having this amazing game for us to play here at the Vid-Bits, and I am pleased to be your #1 player for the PlayStation platform, going for the World Championship inevitably, but right now, the last pit stop to that will be defeating Kofi and becoming the person that is ruling the United States in Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs. Let's flippin' go, people. Let's go. You only have one time to make a good first impression, and speaking of that, we have a series here of the bits called First Impressions, and we have a folder of that. That's a very raw series that we have here, where we basically show you a game, and all we do is see that splash screen, we touch it, when we just go right into it, we download it, we don't let anybody's preconceived notions or any rating systems affect us, and we go right into it and give you a raw experience about it. It kind of is, the jump off point of the experience was basically I thought about how I felt when I was a young gamer and I had to go to the wall of games and then just pick one based on a couple screens and a couple blurbs of text, and then hopefully my entire weekend was not ruined, and I would always have to just try to find the best in the experience. So you get kind of raw experiences like that from the Vid-Bits, and that's all I'll talk about in self promo right now as we go into finding out what we have to go up against tonight. We're in the tier of Chomp Champ itself, and we're going to see that looking up here, we got in the U.S. Eastern Division, we are in, when we go here, that's the Global Division. Oh, that was a little bit of spoilers if you haven't been keeping up with everything. Let's see real quick. This is the clunkiest part of the experience for me, is navigating the leaderboards, because I usually have never had to check and show everybody. Like, I've put myself out here so raw, right? I hope you understand there's been long periods of times where I don't say anything about getting dubs, because I'm just trying to manifest good energy and just enjoy this experience and not make it more about me but more about you, so we can all live vicariously through it, because I don't want to be too egotist to it, but then I don't want to draw too much attention to that, because then it seems like it's egotist within itself. But I digress. It's a good way to keep me from talking about it. But we have Kofi here, which I made sure that in the last stream we married right up against 100 victories above us. So I know that we have people in the other leaderboard, and if we look at the global leaderboard, you'll see that I have some more fervous competition. But if we're going to just check out the local U.S. Eastern leaderboard, I don't know if that's just this specific division, but I'm pretty sure it is. So if I was to be in the Western Division, I would be looking at a totally different list of names, but we're all married into the Global Division. I'm not quite sure. I will make sure that I get some clarification about it eventually, but I want to bring some positive attention and some positive love for these people, and because they're all working hard, because we're in the top 20, so are the ones actively that are playing every day to make sure that we don't lose to at least somebody else. So even if you didn't think about this in a broad scope where there was thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of people playing, at least the 20 of us are actively caring about, we're trying to rule the roost, or the playground, so to speak, and we're going to go ahead and hone in on number 20. Number 20, we have Ethan at 217 and 3, and he has a 14,206 rating. Now notice the ratings are the most important thing in my mind, but you can also say that some of these people are individually unique and very much important in their own right, where they have the rating basically is going to say that they have more first and second place wins in this situation. But then if you look lower than that, if they are dropping down and having it so that they're only winning because they're in the 32nd or 31st spot, the quality of those wins makes it that they garner less rating, and so therefore they're climbing up the ranks slower but may have a more copious amount of win. So we have Ethan there at number 20. Number 19, we have Freight Train 799 with a 208 and 0, so he's got a perfect record. We're not going to go into perfect streaks anymore, because we have our own story about that, and we just don't want to talk about it. If you want to see the excitement of something about that and you want to find out when that happened, then that's all I'm going to talk about that, and you'll know, because that's the only thing that we have to worry about as far as being undefeated so far. And that's another thing that I really wish I didn't worry as much about, but I'm sure that certain people that were following the journey probably did want to follow that part of it too, and hope that certain things happen. So I digress about that as well. We have Big Joe in number 18 at 218 and 1, and with a rating of 16,281. Number 17, we have DJ Glenn at 277 and 3, and with a rating of 16,413. Very closely, we have Zero Stratus, which you can see if you have a last ranking that's 75, that you had an active win. And number 16, Zero Stratus, moved up to 16. He has 233 and 2 with a 16,668 rating. Number 15, we have Daddy Mark with 271 and 4 with a rating of 19,278. Number 14, Toy Hunter with almost hitting 300 wins. Congratulations, it's a very cool milestone, and is one away from that with 299 and 3 with a rating of 19,372. Number 13, we have Gamerpool with a win-loss record of 279 and 5 and a rating of 19,765. Closely, they're just cresting over the 20,000 point person. It looks like in this division is only the 12th person to do the 20,000 point rating, so congratulations for that. So the 12th person there, Guardian Fan Such with 271 and 1 and a rating of 20,065. Then followed by that, we have just underneath the top 10, it's Insanity Drew with a win-loss record of 279 and 1 and a rating of 20,492. And then unfortunately, one of the biggest heartbreaks in the Chomp Champs scene is Pacman unfortunately suffering a brutal loss before cresting over that 300 mark, enough that they unfortunately have been demotivated and not have played in several days, not have moved their score in several days, and they had that loss, that brutal loss. Unfortunately, they are still in the top 10. They should be completely proud of their accomplishments. They are in one of the highest situations that they could possibly be as far as competitive PlayStation players on the platform. So please lift your head up and start competing again, Pacman 454. We believe in you in here in the Vid-Bits. We'd love to see you in some fierce competition. You had 298 and 1 and the rating of 21,381. We have Shanimal here and the rank of number 9 and 327 and 2 and a rating of 22,097. Now I know I'll go back and look at this in retrospect and see I didn't see Shanimal coming. So I know that this person is playing fiercely, and I look forward to seeing how they do because I know that they will be dancing in the top soon. Look out for Shanimal. I know you have something to look out for here. With a win-loss record of 327 and 2 and rating of 22,097. Number 8, we have Niello, and that's how I say it. I'm not sure if it's correct, but that's what it appears like in my head. Niello, and with a win-loss record of 328 and 1. That's pretty impressive because they've gone up in the top 8 and they've only lost one time, and with a rating of 23,126. And now we're on the splash page, which I like to think is really the choice real estate here for Chomp Champs and pretty much the game in general, because it's the highest tier rating that you can possibly get, the highest tier rank you can possibly get, and you have the most exposure. So in the splash page, we have number 7, True Carnage, with 327 and 1, with a rating of 23,808. Number 6, we have Space. Space has an impressive top 6 record of 334 and 0 with a rating of 24,129. And now we're in the top 5. Top 5, we have David. It looks like David Dowd 00 with an impressive and awesome 333 and 0 with a rating of 24,611. That's the top 5 now, the bottom of the top 5. So top 4, the number 4th place is Mothership with a really cool name and an impressive win-loss record of 375 and 2 with a rating of 25,622. And then now to the top 3. The top 3, we have Shiba Inu, and they come in at 526 and 11. They are now only the 3rd person to crest 500 wins in the U.S. Eastern Division. They have 32,516 rating. Number 2 is us. We are really trying to be humble and appreciative and thankful and blessed that we are in the position we are in to be the number 1 PlayStation in the U.S. Eastern Division, and we are in the win-loss capacity of 728 and 1 with a rating of 53,152. We are the 2nd person to crest the 40,000 and 50,000 point barriers in the U.S. Eastern Division, only behind the one, the only Kofi YT. They have the most impressive palindrome of 828 as their win, and they have 0 losses. They have 61,611 rating. This means that Kofi hardly ever doesn't finish in 1st place. The statistics are very evident, the math does not lie. Kofi is an absolute beast. They have 828 and 0, 61,611 rating. They are the ruler of the U.S. Eastern Division. That's the first recap. I want to make sure that you guys understand. We'll do a global recap. I hope that you are enjoying your Chomp Champs time, because now you can feel that you're invested in part of the story. I know these movements because some of these people are moving every day. There's other divisions, the diamond, the platinum, the gold, the silver, and bronze. And once we are in a more stable position, we will cover all the movements, and we will try to do all we can to give a lot of these people love and show that there is actually love and support out there for a game that most people have claimed has nothing going on and is dead in the water. I digress. I'm rocking and rolling and trying to represent the Vid-Bits as the #1 Chomp Champ in the U.S. Eastern Division. And if you didn't know, spoiler, we're in the top 3 in the world. Let's go, baby. I hope you're having a wonderful evening, a wonderful day, a wonderful morning. Actually, just a wonderful time being you. And hopefully you are, authentically you, and sometimes unapologetically you. Because sometimes you have to be brash in life in order to shake the system enough to make a change. This is Vid-Bits Radio, and we'll be on all night long until we become the ruler of the United States Pacman Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs freaking champion #1, baby. Kofi's the only person, and unless I've wakened the beast, and we're gonna start racing today, and I get the wrong people's attention, then that's the only barrier that we got, baby. We said at the beginning of this whole thing that we were going to do it. It was more of a thing that it didn't seem it was possible, and all of adversity that you could possibly think, and all the drama's been there. And until you get onto it and you look at what we're at, there's a lot more there than you think. Than this guy's trying to be the #1 person in the world at Pacman for a game that's dead in the water because people don't have faith in it. It's still not dead now. I have faith in it. I have faith in you that you can go out and try this game and think for yourself what it's cool to be cool to get in a situation where you're playing a battle royale with your friends. You could do elimination mode. You could dress up like little characters and stuff. I just choose not to do that. I'm Pacman. I don't have any qualm with who I am. I don't want to be dolled up. I want people to know I'm Pacman, and Pacman is wrecking house, and we're going to be the champion of the United States by the time this stream is done, guys. As long as we don't wake Kofi up. But you know what? It doesn't matter, because we've tried so hard to get people to know what's going on that we don't really care, because we've never done it for people to see what we're doing. We've done it because it's the right thing, and also the right people are seeing it at the right time in their life. So, basically at the end of the day, when you see it, you can judge for yourself what side of the Vid-Bits history you want to be on. And we don't have any qualms with whatever side you pick. That's the coolest thing. You can pick whatever side you want. You want to be with us? Cool. You don't want to be with us? Cool. You want to have a topical conversation about the content and then maybe expose us to somebody else? That's possible. You don't know. Are you willing to at least do that? Maybe we're not for you, but we could be for somebody else. Somebody could need a reach and an outreach in like a community that we're trying to build. We're not saying we're perfect. We're all frail vessels and make mistakes, but we just want you to know what we're about, man. Get on the hype train. Be where the Vid-Bits are as far as mindset. Just hydrate yourself. Try to do positive things every day, and just try to love each other. And also know that you have the opportunity to enact your dreams by just making one step every day. Because once you spend 10 days doing something, it becomes a habit, and then it becomes the point where you be addicted to the fact that you're not moving in like the same cycle that you were. That's what you're addicted to. You're moving in a different cycle, and you don't have the same people around you in that mindset that was keeping you from achieving your dreams. We're all sick of not achieving your dreams. Life isn't supposed to be like a hamster wheel where we just run around and just don't know what we're doing. Just find out what you do. Hopefully your parents are already helping you do that. And some of you are also living your dreams already. And I just also wanted to say that the Vid-Bits are fucking awesomely happy for you, because we're doing it too, man. Every day. Every day we live our dreams. We inspire people just by being around them, telling them to make sure they drink water. And man, I've been seeing so many situations where people forget to do it. So I hope that you guys do that and have a wonderful time. I'm probably going to chill out for a little bit, and I know that it's a little bit much, but hey, I'm so hyped. I'm going to be the #1 United States champion in Pacman, and as the little kid in me, I never thought this was going to happen. Let's go. Hey Matthew, what's up? We got Matthew rocking in the chat. Happy to have you, man. The second member of the completely unnecessary tier. Not that that matters that what number you come in at. We're just happy that you decided that you wanted to support us so much, Matthew. It doesn't mean that I wanted to give you any specific shout out, and because we also have Skippy the Bard in our completely unnecessary tier, and we're so happy to have him as well. Thanks for coming by, Matthew. The struggle is real to keep my focus because I want to make sure that we get a good clinch of dubs, so I'm going to make sure that I only respond to chat in the queue and stuff in the loading screen. So I hope nobody takes that offensively because I just don't want anybody to feel like left out or any sort of way. But we got to catch as many dubs as possible, and it would be really cool if we could say that we didn't lose a single match before we did this feat. So we have that as a sub goal, and I know that I have to make that contract verbal with everybody else to know that we're trying to manifest that energy, and I'm just going to try to actuate it for us all. But I can't control lag, or if I fall asleep. I've done some crazy things. So let's just go. Let's just know that that's the sub goal. So tell your friends. Also, secretly, he's trying to not lose before he does it. So let's go. Secret goal. But we're going to become the United States Pacman World Champion at Pacman Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs. And you can play it on lots of platforms. It's so cool. It's so accessible. If you don't have this game, there's so many great Pac-Man games by Bandai Namco that you can go through, and even if you don't go through the stuff that's available now that you can get, I'm sure somebody that you know has some sort of version of Pac-Man, be it a handheld or something. I just hope that you get your Pac Attack on today. I'm having so much fun. I'm not a shill. I really love this game, and before I ever played this competitively, I spent over 25 years just playing it by myself as my comfort game. I really just didn't believe when I was a kid that I had an opportunity to ever compete at a level with arcadesters, and I had people to back it up that I spent that time, and I just dedicated it that I was going to be able to compete with people one day. And I don't know why I knew it was going to happen, but even if it's just a couple people, right, the naysayers would say stuff like, you know, in the arcade days, you know, I don't know why you're having that accomplishment mean so much. Well, some of the biggest accomplishments for some of the high scores that still stand the test of time today was basically honed around a core group of people that were basically honing their skills off of each other. And most of the time they weren't guarding tech, but they were basically around each other in the arcades, in the trenches, so to speak, working hard to achieve these highest goals in the world. And actually the nexus of where that place was the original Twin Galaxies arcade. Now, don't think I have any political stance with Twin Galaxies itself, but just the legacy of the arcade location and all the feats that were done there and all the people that were there. We know that tech has basically evolved through people going through and helping each other and lifting each other up. And it seems like when they gatekeep tech, that a lot of karma seems to catch up. I don't know what you want to think about that, but I think there's a lot of people that are having their karma catch up, and it doesn't really matter all these fake records that they had that they thought stood the test of time. So what we're going to do as a community is we're going to be able to establish real legitimate speedrun records and real considerations of how people can achieve these feats so they can feel like they're part of a new world record, and we're going to actually have a rebirth and a resurgence of the arcade. So we don't have the money to do that, but we know people that are out there that do. So we just want to be able to network with the right people so we can actually start to get people on fire about doing stuff like living their dreams. And you know how you do live your dreams? You be number one in the world at something. The world has billions of people, so being the number one in some subset of something is amazing. It makes it so that you can inspire other people. That's why it's important. Doesn't matter what you're the number one in the world in. It just matters about the fact that you now have the platform to inspire people. I think a lot of people lose sight of that. Looks like the secret sub goal is gone. That's okay. It makes it so I don't have pressure for a lot of games. That's another lesson in life. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, and the universe showed me that it was more important for me to say the things I said to you than to make it so that you also got stressed that he was going to have to remain undefeated. Now we can just chill, just make sure we only get second place if we don't get it, and we would be totally fine. Maybe we're going to do some cool stuff in this stream, like eat past the watermelon, which is the furthest that we've done. We've only seen the lemon target. If we can do 50,000 points competitively with somebody in a screen, then we hit a trophy, and we also get another one of those at 100,000 points. This is going to be great. Oh, Matthew, this is more than a pack snack. A pack snack's really only 90 minutes for us when we min-max for an 18-round session and we get number 1 every time. That's what a pack snack is. If you want to see some pack snacks, we have plenty of that in the playlist, so you don't have to look at it all at once, but you basically can follow the entire journey as we're about to clinch number 1 in the United States. It's going to be basically in the early morning in the AM, so stay tuned. You don't have to watch it right now. Go to sleep. Don't freak out about not seeing it, but if you want to follow along, it's going to be a long night, guys, but we're going to put in the grind, we're going to put in the time, and we're going to be the number 1 pack with the Pacman attack. Pack's going to watch his back. Gonna have a pack snack. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm telling you what, guys, I feel like they've made it more aggressive for the people pursuing people in the initial maze. Either that or people have finally started to wake up and are freaking coming alive. That's okay. I like it. You know, focusing on that fruit target was not smart. I almost always assume it's a bot, because if it's a bot, guys, just so you know, and it's important for us to know and discern if it's a bot, you're gonna always pursue the fruit target first. It's just an inevitability. Either that or we're just so attracted to the prize that we don't realize it's not smart to do that. See, and I say it and it's just lined right up like some beautiful synchronicity. Like, if you want to see me call my shot, there's a stream where before beginning and the end and the 8-minute mark, I say that I'm not going to lose a single match, and then I go on to win 100 in a row. I say I'm going to win 100 in a row, and then I did it. I Babe Ruth my shot. And if my papa would have been alive to see one day that his grandson would have called some sort of shot like that on the grand stage, he'd be smiling at me. I'm assuming he's smiling at me now. Live your dreams, guys. Just start to do the things that you want to do. Because even my grandfather didn't understand video games. He didn't get it. He still supported it. He didn't get it. He still made me fight for it because he made me do a lot of chore and if I wanted to do a lot of gaming. But it's okay. You can self-actuate enough to inspire people to live their dreams. And before you say he's just some guy that's living in his basement, I'm running a YouTube channel with my son, and I also have 2 other jobs. I work for a restaurant, and I work for a movie theater. There you go. Don't worry, Pacman. You've worked really hard. You've never gussied up. You did accidentally put those glasses on in the shop one time, but you've never gone out into public with them. You just wanted to show everybody that you had the most expensive ones. But man, putting regular Pac-Man on top is going to be so sweet. Nobody thought to do it, and maybe after we talked, maybe the whole thing is, when the Vid-Bits get their brand deal through Bandai Namco and some of the other things that we're talking about, then, and maybe then, after we've been globally declared the champion of this game, we will put a celebratory outfit on, and maybe it'll be something cool that is exclusively cool for us. Because, it's not because I think that I deserve it. I think you deserve it. You deserve to have an era where Pac-Man brings you as much joy as it did when I was a child. When I would just see just how cool it was to just move around the maze and not be very good at it. But know that there was a real challenge in there, and there's other people that were adults that got great joy out of it. It was so awesome. And now you can take the joy back by doing cool Pac feats like that, and I can show you by tech to min-max a session, and you'll eventually learn how to really do cool stunts and stuff where you can make the people that really appreciated this game think that you're really cool and at older arcade games. Plus, I have great terminology for all of the tech, and all of that, whatever you call a codex of all that stuff, will be eventually released in a way where you can see it, and we can have it all annotated or whatever, and we can create a culture with this game where we can bring it back and make it awesome. Bring back that feeling like when you slap a quarter up on the arcade machine and you're ready to just go next, and high score attack modes and just speed runs and just everything. Like, it just will be a great hub and nexus, and a new like a new hub for that, like a new whatever you want to call it. It doesn't have to have a specific that I can't come up with the name of. Whatever it is, I think it's just already integrated into something that already exists. Hint hint, wink wink, nudge nudge. I mean, we talk about water all the time, and we never did it intentionally, but I'm just saying we talk about hydration, and just because we're so passionate about it, so just saying. We're all about making brand deals and coexisting with creators that make sense, so I guess also, if you're watching our content, then that would also mean we'd like to see who you like as content creators, so we can start considering those type of creation coexistences, and also how to navigate this field together. We are also interested in attending conferences that have to do with content creation and moving forward in which ways that they can make it better for the community. But also, we're in a situation where we're monetarily strapped and would have to have all accommodations paid for. I want to make sure that the Vid-Bits is known that we're all about video game preservation and history as well. I would really like to be signed to the right esports team. I mean, really, and if not, we have to create it. I guess that's the safest way to talk about who I want to brand deal with. And me and Braden have talked about it, and we don't want to verbally say names, but if I was to say, we want to marry in our culture with a culture I know is already trying to establish itself. We want to brand deal with people that are in the esports community to start creating a subculture or subset of it, and we are willing to help create the databases and work with that. But we want to be part of like the live event scene, and creating events and stuff, and like traveling for that, and creating, you know, interest and hype and stuff for that. We want to be, it's easier for us to do it with somebody that's already established, but if it doesn't exist in the way that we think that it can, then we will create it ourselves, and we will just do it in the time with nothing. We've built this from nothing, absolutely nothing. So we know that everything that's coming has been coming for a reason, and we're in this position, in this platform now, and also securing this dub. So therefore inspiring a lot of people. So if people are thinking that they want to be attached to us and this energy, this is the time for, I guess, us to selflessly say that the contract that we're going to have and the equivocal exchange that we're going to have is, you look at this, and we look at, and we analyze with each other who gets cross promoted with this when we all look at this in perpetuity. It's not this guy beat Pacman. It's, you have to watch the whole story. I put my whole life out there, and now people can look at this as inspiration. And the whole thing is, I know it works, because when I tell the story, people are inspired. So when they see it on YouTube, they're going to be inspired. When they hear me say the things that I've seen in public that inspire them, they're going to be inspired because I've already seen it work. So it's not like I've tried to be a therapist, but somehow some of the raw emotion that's been captured in this moment, where somebody was able to become #1 in the world, has decided to just not be #1 for themselves, but try to make it so I'm #1 for all of us. Okay? It's so egotist, it's so hard to quantify, but the fact that this all exists, and I can see it and hear it and believe it and feel it, and everybody else can, and it's raw, I hope that you appreciate that. And I love producing it for you every time that you have a chance to come see me play Pacman Megatunnel Battle Chomp Champs. Because I got Pacman fever, baby. And I guess some people would say I'm going out of my mind. But you know, it's in a good way. We all go out of our mind in a good way, and sometimes when you are not able to quantify how you feel because you feel gloriously superb, you actuate in ways which are amazing, and you actually wake yourself up, and guess what? Your body starts to feel so much better. Your soul feels better, your essence feels better, and it's so good. It's just that's why we keep saying drink water. It's the reason why water is our brand, because water keeps us hydrated so we can keep talking and keep people motivated and actuated towards their dreams. And since I'm already actuated, I guess the only thing you do when you get actuated is continuously try to actuate others. So Pacman is a perfect game for me to do that, because we can have like a radio style thing where people can call in and we can talk about your problems and stuff while I'm playing Pacman and just ruling as #1. But I'd really not like to do that all the time. I'd like to have it so that you guys go to our Discord or our Minecraft server and you guys can talk to each other and keep this blossoming community going. You guys all love playing Minecraft. We're not sponsored, but you guys all love playing it. It's celebrating 15 years, and we just happen to be wrecking and making the most amazing Bedrock server of all time. It's going to be epic. It's going to be legendary. I know it is. People are going to talk about it because they're like, well, they didn't use mods and they didn't do crazy stuff and they made amazing things in Minecraft that we never thought possible, because my son's amazed all the time at the things that we create. So I'm just trying to get you hyped. I'm super hyped about it, and you don't have to be hyped about it to that level, but if you want to be, all you have to do is jump into one of our membership tiers and you can have access to that until it's full. Sell the brand, sell yourself. We're selling our family. We very much love each other, and we try to remind each other to hydrate and to be there for each other and to never give up. And when we fall, we pick each other up, because the wave lifts them up. When we are all frail vessels, and I love all of you. Let's go, guys. We're going to be #1 in the United States at this game by the time that this stream is over. And if not, we will, because we'll wake Kofi up, and then we'll start racing, and this will be all interesting, and then everybody will be talking about it, and then we'll get the Vid-Bits out to everybody in the world already, and then they'll be like, let's go. Maybe that's what's going to happen, and I just don't know how to fucking deal with it, and everybody I've been around has been a bundle of nerves, and then guess what? If it doesn't happen, then we just get to keep going, because we're not going to give up, because we've been working from nothing, and we're just going to keep going. We've already inspired so many people from all around the world. It's just amazing. I'm so blessed and thankful and humble and appreciative of the reach that we have, and it's genuine and it's real, and you can ask the people that are in our community, and if you don't believe me, ask them, and if you don't believe them, then I guess get out of here. It's not okay for you to be around that energy then. You don't deserve to be energy vampires and screw us over. Let's flip and go. Don't get me on the Vid-Bits hype train. I'll freaking flip out on you. We have really good morals and ethics and values with this. Like, I had the hardest time figuring it out. That's the only reason why this is happening too, is because the perfect timing. Like, Braden was too young and I didn't figure this shit out. So don't waste your time. Don't delay. Act today. Grab some water and fucking write down your dreams and start working towards them. Alright, I gotta get out of there. I junked that maze. If you don't know, junking a maze is where you take all the energizers and there's just crap everywhere. If there's no clean lines, it looks like crap. So you don't feel like you should hang out there, because if the ghost AI gets too crappy or dicey, then you're in a pretty bad sitch. The problem with the pack shield is if you get close and you have the pack shield and you're trying to do some sort of consumption to get your points to, you know, the point spread to basically lessen and like into the first place of that leaderboard or that specific area, you're gonna rebound the ghosts, so then you can't consume them and you can't even start a chain. And unfortunately, even worse, if you're in the middle of a chain and for some reason you accidentally actuate it, then you just bounce them off like that. You don't want to do that. You're going to go ahead and grab something like this, like a speedy pack, and that's great for cleaning up the end of an area too, evading somebody, closing the gap to an energizer before an opponent, going around like this. Oh, I got aced there. That's my favorite ghost, the orange one, Clyde. And also, like, you know, I don't know, it's been quite a journey, guys. I'm gonna try my best to calm down, because I feel like if I keep saying the same thing over and over again, it may get nauseating right now, but it's not gonna, like, I'm gonna give up on the motive. But my energy's pretty spent right now, and equivocal exchange means if I wanna have crappy play, then I gotta keep my energy, you know, low. If I wanna have great play, I gotta resonate a little bit higher. So there you go, and it ends at that round to just be an exclamation point to that. So I'm gonna just kind of just chill and just get these dubs, close this gap. I'm not going to look back on the leaderboard for quite some time. I don't know. I just think it'll be funner just to jump back in when I'm right around, it was 8:28. So don't look for me to look at the leaderboard again, unfortunately, unless there's a large amount of people in stream. So if we get a large people in here, so say, I don't know, was the goal, if we can get 7 people in stream, then I'll look at the leaderboard again. If not, I'm not going to look at it until we get to win 828. We'll just have the modest goal of 7 people watching, 7 eyes on this, and you know, it's okay. If it doesn't happen, because we're just happy to have the people that are spending time with us, including Matthew, a completely unnecessary member, tier member that's doing everything he can to support the channel and letting everybody know about it, which is all we can ever ask for you if you don't have money to be on any of the membership tiers, because we know times are tough. We do not want you to do that at all. Just like this, share, subscribe, and tell somebody about it, and that's just as important to us. The fact that you spend some time in stream with us, that's just as important to us, and you really are helping us. You really are helping us. I don't think that you know that just doing that is just as important. Now, you can go the extra level, but you don't have to. You just don't. But we love the fact that you do. So just understand that, please. It's one of those things that, you know, when you don't, you know, I don't know, we don't want to make sure that you're not ever going without because you want to support us, but we love when you do. We do, because we get to do amazing projects, and we can start getting this thing off the ground sooner, like having all of the Switch content that we can when it comes out, so we can do what we do, our programming block with Switch stuff, the Switch 2 stuff. It's not whatever the content is, it's how we deliver it that is what makes us unique. So that's why you want to be in with us, because we're going to deliver it in our style, our unique style. So if you want to be a part of that, I guess anybody that's looking at us for branding when we're not reaching for you, it's more like what will be in line with that, because we're not going to change who we are. We're going to have the same awesome content block. We're just using, this is like the alpha and the beta versions, you know, how you see, you know, our specific style and what we're doing. I don't think that you're having a father and son duo on YouTube that's putting their YouTube regimen of gaming in a systematic way where we can balance our work and lifestyle with healthy choices, fun choices, informative choices, and all these other things. I mean, I can lay it down to you if you need the legal mumbo jumbo, and we can show you the zeros and ones. How about this? I'll just lay it down like this. If you want to talk to us about a brand deal, I will tell you how you can use your zeros and ones to make us zeros and ones with just the things that we can do for each other. I can list the litany of things that we provide, all the different metrics that we hit, and the fact that we're not doing it to do those things. We've never honed in on anything to do those things. That's when I say authentically and unapologetically us, is because we've never compromised our integrity as a brand as to what we're doing for our programming block. We've never been bought by any advertiser. If they're running, it's because we haven't figured it out as far as to, like, sit down and weed down everything that we're doing. I think it's because we're also in the throes of trying to get this in a systematic way where you understand that you can help us, help you, because we will always cross brand with people that make sense and is never compromising to either of our brands, so we're a great networking partner. The brand sells itself. It's our family. This is who we are as people. We love each other and we want to help each other. So, you know, that's another thing that we really believe, that everybody's always said in the modern business world that business is like family and you have your second family. Well, I guess we can also know that our families will be your second families when we can know that we can, you know, honestly make a responsible profit. At the end of the day, the Vid-Bits are about making a responsible profit, and that means not selling out. So cue the Wayne's World scene where you see people selling out. Like, I understand that people are consumers. We're all consumers in the modern world, but we're just trying to be see, I need a drink of water. You need a drink of water when you talk a lot. You need to consume responsibly. Consume water responsibly. But see, I also am talking a lot in the middle of my Pacman game, so I can't drink the water. I'll lose the match. It's like one of those catch-22s. Alright, now I can drink this delicious water. The Vid-Bits, brought to you by water. Any water. Pick a water, any water. From your sink, from your fridge. Probably not from your friend's cup, because it might not be water. That might not be water. See, that's not min-maxing. I got it. You gotta go right into the next loading screen. I lost approximately 4 seconds there, guys. Don't lose 4 seconds when you're trying to catch a king, because you know that you can't, you know, swing at the king if you're gonna miss. And we know that we definitely have to worry about Mint Daddy Pig, as he is the king of Pac-Land, and I'm about to knock him off his throne. I know he knows that because he is pushing heavily. I can tell you and call you out that I know that you are spending a lot of time now trying to make sure that we do not take the global leaderboard. But unfortunately, for you, it is eventually going to happen. But for us in the Americas, for any of the Americas, any of the states in the United States of America, we are going to be your United States champion by the end of this stream. So hopefully you're down with the Vid-Bits and all of the morals, and I guess that's why I feel like I have to keep telling you what we're about, because you're going to hear a lot about us, and you're going to know that we're doing big things, big and huge things, the things that you can do, things that are big and huge, and do some today, like drink some water, and activate yourself, self-activation. In those situations when you're far away from the spawner and you see somebody coming in like that, you should just already assume that they are going to make the move that you think that they're going to make, because they're so far away that they have the beat on you, and it isn't that they have to predict what you're going to do. They do pretty much know what you're going to do, if that makes any sense at all. Like, Red was going to go and get me because I was going to try to do that path anyways, and I was going to mess around, and I was just about to find out. And he's just like, no. And he already went ahead and was very well ahead of me in that path. Part of me laments that I gave as much tech away in the earlier parts, so I feel like I can't repeat it in the end, but I'm actually going to probably book the end with a lot of tech when I think about it and if it applies itself. Just some things I noticed, and making sure that you guys can see it and, you know, see what the champ sees, because I think it's important for full transparency, like I said, when it comes to video game secrets and achievements. And I in no way encourage, and hopefully you understand, that the Vid-Bits are completely standing on the philosophy of anti-gatekeeping when it comes to video game tech. We are anti-gatekeepers. We like to let people know tech and share and exchange it, because it is the culture. And when you do not let people know all the secrets and stuff that you do, when you are trying to achieve records and stuff, you cannot open up the potential to work with each other so that you guys can actually maximize the game's potential. I know that there's reasons why you want to try to stay on top, but when you let other people see the ways that you go about doing those things, and they can also help you actuate things that they've literally seen you not be able to do, then you know that if you married the two concepts together, and you almost in like a compound type way sat around like back in the day and worked off each other, then you guys could actually have together break another record and have another world record. And so guess that means that there's another viral video that sponsors can see and everybody sees and millions of people see, and if that's the zeros and ones you need to see to be able to make that moment happen, we can make moments like that happen by making a speedrunning community. So we'll continue to be able to make viral videos that people want to watch. If that's how we have to use the zeros and ones to make you see what we're seeing here. So you're either going to be part of those videos that we're creating, or you're going to be part of the culture that we're creating, or know that that's the culture we're creating. So I think that that exists. I think that there are people that are out there that are trying to do it. And we're, again, hint, hint, wink, wink, not trying to say people's names, but our culture and what we do, and the fact that we're just so, man, so fond of that amazing beverage that is sponsored by the Vid-Bits. What is it called? Water, the thing that just we've been talking about, just keeps us so alive and refreshed, and basically it makes us so considering everything that we can do. It just makes us hydrated and feels amazing, right? And it's so much more accessible than all of the other things that you think that you need. And it also makes it so you save so much more money than you never would. Like, people just don't know what a sinkhole it is to just save so much money just by drinking water. But it's okay. I digress. I just think it's awesome that there's some sort of brand synergy, that it can exist in a way where we can both co-op each other's cultures and get each other over in a way where we could never believe possible, so people can be inspired in different areas, and the halo effect of all that we do can just be more for everybody. But the thing about it is, it's not an e-bag, because we're doing it right now, and I can feel that it's working, and everything in the methodology and everything in the metrics, again, the zeros and ones seem to think that it is too. So we just want to be also with somebody else that's going to help make sure that we're both in the same, we need guidance. It's just me and Bray. So we have a very small community, and very much would like the right guidance, and have, be able to vet that so that we can steer the ship correctly. It's really difficult to be in 2024 a correct influencer, and we want to take that responsibility seriously. So again, that was very important to say. Full disclosure, there's no teleprompter around here. None of this is written down or anything. It's all from the hip. I don't have any, you'll hear me manically say it through some of the other streams. I think I've really dialed in now as a performer, as far as like how to talk and stuff, and I feel like it's going to get better from here, but it takes a while to find your voice on YouTube. So if you don't feel like you can content create because you can't talk, don't do it then. Just create the content, but don't put voice to it. That still doesn't mean don't create something. I think a lot of people I've talked to, I only feel compelled to say it because I've talked to so many people recently about this, and the thing that they say is, I have my niche, but I won't pursue because I feel like I have to talk. You don't. So now you're eliminating your potential to start at least getting stuff in the can. That's what we did initially, is just started building stuff in the can, and now we're approaching 900 videos because we just kept building for 2 years in silence. Now we have to be vocal because we're about to be Pacman champion of the United States of what we're doing. So people will be like, oh, that video, if for some reason goes viral, is attached to a channel that's on the grind. That's why I know that it's important that the message is set for when you're hanging out with the Vid-Bits, what you're going to get. You're going to get an amazing programming block, like bits, comfort videos, and conquest videos for both me, Braden, and together. That's just an amazing concept, and that's just the beginning. So we would love to actually put other people in the programming blocks to take the spots, so sometimes when we want to run a conquest, it can be a guest stars conquest, so that we can be actually working on our own or something. So like, that'd be great to actually get back to the point where we can have casual gaming time for ourselves because somebody else is in the Vid-Bits programming block. That's a great foreseeable future, but you guys have to help and play nice. You guys have to play nice with each other, and then you have to play nice with us. We're not going to have any bullies in the playground here. Matthew, that's awesome. Appreciate you throwing up the wins. We appreciate that. That's our wins, the Vid-Bits wins. You are part of this, Matthew. You are part of the Vid-Bits Fun Club. So the Vid-Bits. I said the other day, I was wondering what I was going to call you guys. I was like, I already named you guys, man. You guys are we're the Vid-Bits Fun Club. You know, it's like back in the day with the Big N and their magazine and all that and all this stuff, and you just thought, I want to be a part of it. That feeling, that's what I'm talking about. Part of like this, the cool thing, like you actually had to mail away to be part of it. Well, you guys did mail away, man. You decided to like click on another icon and be part of this thing. It's just amazing, dude. Ooh. What's going on there? What's going on there? Better get control of my pack. Wow. Wow. Ooh, ooh. Both those scenarios are not very good. Well, there's a +1. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, man. That's the crap scenario. That's where I need to be, is in the upper right. Upper right for me. There we go. Whew. Whew, good RNG. Thank you, RNG. When you need somebody to hang out with you when you don't know who it be, it's RNG. It's the guy that's gonna help you, man. He's gonna give you the good drops. He's gonna make sure the +1s come through the tunnel. Let Dazer be nice. It'd be nice. It'd be nice. It'd be nice. But then was it worth it? No, it wasn't worth it. This maze has to be gold. Ooh. Yeah, we did. We totally did. We did that. Boom, 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 boom. RNG. Yeah. He's a pretty cool dude, man. He's been hanging out with us for a lot of this. He also decided to help us take that L. And, you know, we don't want to talk about that. That's right. That's right. When people ask, we say we don't talk about that. And that's seriously what I want you to say, chat, is when they say, what about that one loss, we say, we don't talk about that, but it's buried down there somewhere, and then they can find out the legacy of why that happened. But because I know other people would just throw it in my face. So I appreciate that, and I guess it is annotated, or it might be annotated somewhere, and I don't shy away from it, because I immediately addressed it on stream, and I tried to make sure that people understood that you should just be positive, especially in the face of it. You know, especially in the beginning of this stream, I did the same thing. I didn't really try to do that. I didn't script it or nothing. It just happened naturally, which is just the universe's way of saying, hey dude, just chill, just go with the flow. Settle the stream and go with the flow. And we're going to do that. We're going to go with the flow, and we're just going to keep on rolling on. And there's so many possibilities, folks. I'm committed to just rocking and rolling the next couple days to get this record. Pretty much playing Pac-Man full-time for you guys, except for Game of Day May. You know, and Bray will understand that, because now I'm on the road to becoming the global champion. So, you know, it depends. It just really depends on a couple scenarios about whether or not, you know, I basically play super long legacy sessions. But this first one will put me in the position where I'm right underneath the king. And I guess I have to like make the most ground up possible before if he stopped moving, so that it's an easier race. If I don't make the ground up when he stops, it's not going to be easy for me to catch up if he's playing at the pace he's playing, if that makes sense. So I am almost committed to I'm going to play the best way I can to then set up a situation to just take it or get right there, where then I can compete with him every night until I get it. So that's the thing. So basically, if I'm laying it out, I just don't want to say the mathematics, because if it gets in the wrong hands, it's like weaponry. But if you're part of the Vid-Bits Fun Club, you do get messages like that. I send out the mathematics of what's going to happen. I have done it before. It's neat. You get to see a little calculation of exactly what's going to happen. And if you're super nerdy and you understand min-maxing and all that stuff, and how I've computed fucking people's experience points and stuff versus what I'm doing, it's a really amazing thing for people that can do that kind of stuff. I'm sure there's certain people that find that fascinating just within itself, and not having anything to do with video games itself at all. It's one of those things that I never thought it would be possible to do. And I mean, I don't know. I didn't even know there was terminology for it. Probably say min-max too much, because I heard it was a cool thing to say. Speaking of min-max, if you want to watch a pack snack, which the Vid-Bits call a 18 games of win session, or a min-max session with pretty much exactly 90 minutes on the dot, if there's absolutely no delay and there's wins from game 1 to 18, you can see plenty of the action for the road to the championship in pack snack form. Feeling a little hungrier, you can watch them in bigger chunks called snack packs, which is a couple of those, at least 2. We have those things subjugated into streams that we like to call excellent streams. It's when we stream a programming block for somewhere between 3 to 5 hours. After the excellent stream, we have the epic stream, which you will always see just between a little under 8 or around 8 hours of quality event, or some sort of stunt, or some sort of introduction to a game, or beginning part of a game, or some sort of way to get you invested in the part of a series where we know whether or not we will start it or not. All those type of activities fall under the epic stream category, especially stuff like this, which is parts where it's a multi-part feat when we're trying to climb a leaderboard or such. After the epic rarity, we have the legendary rarity, which is max time that YouTube lets us upload in a single stream. We tried to have a culmination of our first legendary stream, which you can check out in the playlist. And basically, unfortunately, we found out, because we did not do enough research, that it cuts off at 256 gigabytes or 1155. So that's what we would consider a legendary stream. And yet to happen, which probably will be almost certainly happening to clutch the global title, because it will also then go into pushing ourselves ahead, will probably be the Vid-Bits first mythic rarity stream. If I have to do it, it will be a 24-hour period, which then I will have to hope to God that Mint Daddy Pig doesn't play for a day, so I can rest up a lengthy amount of time, and then I will push past him and hopefully become a very dominant global Pacman Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champ freaking champion. I will be the Chomp Champ of the entire game. And when you tell me that I would be able to compete in the IP like Pacman in a global arena, even if it's a small subset of people that are super passionate about it, and be able to be on a global scale, then I would tell you that that little Brian did not believe it was going to happen. So I'm telling you, when I now have actuated my dreams, and Braden is basically actuated his dreams, because we are on fire here with what we do. It's a dual hammer system. I know we sound alike sometimes in the videos, and we've been critiqued about it. I guess that's why I've kind of decided that I'm going to have a different tone with how I speak, so that way make sure it differentiates us as people. So you don't think it's one person unhealthily running 18-hour programming blocks here at the Vid-Bits, because we are committed full-time YouTubers, and we are very happy to be on YouTube. You made an epic stream? That's awesome. Just make sure that you do it healthily, because when we do it, we are very verbal about how healthily we are doing these things. We are making sure that we take alternating breaks. We take breaks every quarter. We do hydration checks all the time. So like, it's very well transparent to anybody that would watch it that we're trying to encourage it in a healthy manner. If you ever decide to do that, we are not trying to encourage copycats in a way where, you know, people feel like they need to gimmick or brand themselves that way. We just have decided to do that in a way to make us different and make us stand out. So, but we do appreciate your effort, and that you've made an epic stream. That's awesome, man, because we also have no control over what anybody does with their streaming. So if people make super long streams, that's cool. Obviously we don't intend to make super crazy streams, but the way that we have always been able to perform video game feats, and I guess I would always defend it to the culture, is if you look at people that have records such as Star Wars Arcade, that guy stood up in the same spot for days, and whether or not this argument of whether it was healthy, that person was in just as type of scrutiny for that situation as I probably will be for some of the ways that I actuated the lengthy time that I have to play to achieve this feat. Because what it is my perseverance is getting me the championship, and this person is running from it. As I am Pacman, and they are the ghost, and I am going to chomp them, and they know that I've hit the Energizer. That's what it is, and then we are able to live it in real time. If this person didn't have somebody as persevering as me that could have #1 consistencies and then just min-max his wins over and over and over again to be able to close the gap, then that person would be so far ahead that I would not even have a chance to catch up, and they would just be able to rest on their laurels. But they have been woken up. They're woken up, and they're over in 1,000 land. If that lets you know how scared they are, and I have nothing but respect for their game. I know how long it takes. I've done the math. I'm doing the work. I'm putting in the work, as they say. Pacman is putting in that shift in the Power Forest. I've said it before, but unfortunately, Mint Daddy Pig is Mesmeron, and I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him for everybody. I'm gonna save the Power Force. The Power Force is in Vid-Bits land, and I gotta make sure it's protected, because we have to have all the power pellets for us. And there's a +1, it validates it. And even if I died right there, I'm having so much fun and just jamming with you guys. I'm jamming with the future guys that are listening to this. I'm talking to the future a lot. I gotta make sure I clarify that to you guys, because I have very dedicated people when they're in stream, and they're the people that get to say they were here for the ground floor of this. And that's not me being an egotist. I've wanted to build a brand my entire life, and like, I've done that with my son for free. So now, you know, we've been building off the backs of putting everything into our company for so long that we're starving, and now we have people that are starving too, still trying to help us out. And I'm just like, don't do it, please. Let's get a sponsorship. Let's just get a responsible one, so that you don't have to spend your money too, so we can all eat. that's what life's all about, is making sure that people don't starve, and we're just using video games and the project, projecting positivity and self-awareness and hydration is the way to do it. Like, it's so cool. Actuating your potential is like, it's just amazing. I don't know. I was just so stagnant for so long in my life. That's cool. Matthew is now in the Vid-Bits community Minecraft server that me and Bray put a lot of time into, and he got to hang out there, or he's joining it, and he got to hang out in there, and it's something that people that are passionate about Minecraft will probably think it's pretty cool. I mean, we put a lot of time in there for you guys, and it's very reasonable. You can join in the very smallest membership tier of the Buy a Bit of Us Caffeine tier, and you can join that server, and it's a realm, so you can access it all the time, and it's on Bedrock, and it's awesome. Yeah, I mean, some people would say to a fault, but I love the little guy. Thank you for telling me that. I appreciate that. I'm dedicated to Pacman, but I'm also dedicated to letting people see that they can do whatever they put their mind to, and if that means be #1 in the world at one of their favorite games, then I think that that's what they should do. I just can't wait to get to do the cool stuff that I see people like that I admire, because I don't think that hero worship is good, but there are people that I admire that I would love to collaborate with and help bring us in a situation where we can live comfortably and be able to do the things that we love.
What's up, Dad?
What's going on, bud?
Nothing much. Just checking on Chief. Had a little bite to eat, and not too long ago I was showing one of our members around our community Minecraft server.
That's freaking awesome.
So once again, shout out Matthew.
Thank you.
We've got Matthew, the Vids, and Musicus up in the Minecraft server now.
Dude, I haven't been so busy chomping away in tunnels on my own, so
Yeah.
I hope that you guys are having fun over there.
And I know you'll be back in there sometime to be putting some more work in on your projects.
Yes, my projects. Ooh.
Your various projects.
My various projects. I'm a bit of a projection myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little project yourself. Alright, I'm going to be right back. Do you need a water or anything?
Yes, I do need a water, please. Thank you.
Be sure to hydrate, folks.
Alright, man. Thank you so much, dude. I love that guy. He keeps me motivated, as we are definitely the Vid-Bits, because it's not just Bray or Bry, it's us together, and we have the little dash that holds it all together. His name is the Chief. He's our adorable Siberian Husky, and if you like to have emotes that basically can help signify him when he decides he wants to guest star in the background, or show your adoration based on an emotion that's going on in chat that has to do with an attitude that he's displaying, you can definitely get those, and you get the access to those at any level of the memberships, because we just want you to have a little bit of interactivity with us at a different and more personal level. And Matthew can show you that he does that all the time, because he loves us talking about our animals and stuff, and Chief loves hanging out and stuff. And sometimes he's just I have to goes outside or whatever, so he's vocal about it. But when you hear him bark and we go, uh-oh, here's the Chief, then we know that we have to stop the game to take him out, or help him, pamper him a little bit or do whatever. Then everybody can throw Chiefs in chat, and it's fun because it's just something that's a little bit unique to us, just a little bit more things that put you in tune with our family. And hopefully you don't feel like it's overly arbitrarily selling it, but the people that have been imbibing with it have really enjoyed it, and I hope that you don't take that joy away from them. They're thinking that that they're not entitled to it, but we also want you to know that it's very affordable to do so, and we're trying to create an even better with the value with those currently and continuously. So thank you very much for when you throw Chiefs in chat or Smokies in chat, make the chat a bit smoky. Thank you so much, guys. What are you doing, Chiefos? What are you doing? Oh, they're talking about you, and here you are. What are you doing? Oh, a big yawn? That's what you literally just did, huh? Oh, that was so dumb. That was not intended. That happens. Just gotta dust yourself off. Not too bad. What was that? A third? That's not bad. We're playing this game with the mentality that eventually we're going to be in situations where there are full lobbies full of real people, because of how fervous we have, drummed up anticipation and excitement for it. Or at least be able to put in situations where we can hold large-scale tournaments when that case happens, based on fielding people that are interested in participating and getting in there. So hopefully we can do that. I really believe that that'd be awesome. And Pacman is an amazing brand, an amazing mascot, and he's going all over the world for PR anyway. So shout out Pacman, he's awesome.
Unfortunately, these is the only thing that makes me sad when I don't get first place is it creates more of a distance to people that hardly ever lose at all, which is basically like Kofi. So, you know, they're really good, and it's like they, like I don't know, like percentage wise, like it's gonna be close, like when we 1v1 and stuff. So the only thing is when we 1v1 with a bunch of really good people is when it's gonna be really fun, and like I think that when people realize that as a potential thing, then they'll start to drum up more excitement of that potential because people like Pacman Battle Royale a lot. It did really well when it was put in different installations like Dave and Buster's and stuff. It did so well that it had like a console port, and it was a really fun experience still, you know? But like not nearly as much playing against computer people because the whole throw is playing against real people, and I will try everything I can to drum up as much excitement to do that. Alright. I guess it's fair to do an update then, right? If I did 28. So you could see then my pace was, I got, if I min-max that, that's 20 wins. And I did an intro that was a 30-minute intro pumping people up. So there we go. And I'll pump people up again at the halfway mark. But right now, let's just go ahead and just look real quick so you can see it. Luckily, Kobe's not moving. And there we go. So we're 20 more closer now. Instead of 100, it's 80. So there's the update. And Mint Daddy's not moving. So there we go. Just gotta keep being positive and be awesome and be, you know, authentically and unapologetically us. Unless we need to apologize, then we will. But until then, we're just gonna keep on chomping, guys. Let's go. Don't have time to wait and mess around and make a miscalculation. When you come for the freaking king, you best not miss. So Kofi's the king of the United States, and we're just trying to get our, call our shot in this stream. Do it in this stream. It's gonna be real close, but we're gonna do it, guys. It's gonna be an investment. It's gonna be one of the feats that you only get from the Vid-Bits. I'm not sure saying that other people don't do feats, but not like us, not the things that we're putting ourselves under, the pressures and stuff as gamers. As individuals. I'm just so glad I'm going to have something cool to talk about at my class reunion this year. Like last time I didn't have anything cool to talk about. Like, yeah, I got some stuff going on. And that's before we started the channel, because I think it was like 5 years ago. Like, we had just talked about starting the channel. Like, we were talking about it. Like, it was in its infancy of talking about it. We talked about it for so long. And then we spent 2 whole years building all the videos you see. I mean, we only been monetized for a couple weeks, so like, we just feel the pressure of making sure that we're so transparent of who we are as people. I guess it was a scary thing to know that we could become influencers and what it meant to be making a responsible profit. So, just a lot of full transparency about who we are as people, ethically and morally, and how we feel, and what we're trying to do with our platform. So, thank you very much, you two, for the opportunity, and we hope that we all do great things, big and huge. Actually, this is not the only number 2, or this is actually the second number 2 world record I have for an accomplishment in a game that has a lot of notoriety. As far as like this game, I know that it may not have the biggest install base, but if I'm selling myself as a gamer, I am currently number 2 in the world on the Disney Afternoon Collection for speedrunning the game DuckTales. I am trying my best to get people together to break that game and get tech together for that game that can incorporate some of the skills that me and my son have we haven't discovered, but just the way that we do things, you know, I encourage you to look at that. It's on speedrun.com. You have to look up the Disney Afternoon Collection on Xbox Series X or Xbox One, so it's the Xbox platform that the feat was achieved on. But I'm sure with some training we could apply it on all platforms. But yeah, it's under my alt tag under Lone Shadow Wolf, and I think I'm the second highest placed American on that board. So the second, that's why I said the tout is the second American achievement as far as that goes, but I think it's the 9th overall globally. So I have feats that have nothing to do with Pac-Man, but Pac-Man is just something I'm passionate about too. The feats that we're doing and the things that we can do, the reach is wide. It's big and huge. I'm very happy to be a part of it. So thank you very much. We will continue to stay thankful, blessed, humble, and appreciative. And eligible. We're trying to be so eligible for all of it. We're just trying to be susceptible to any of the things that you guys want to make us be blessed for. So, you know, please continue to like, share, and subscribe, especially when we're doing amazing things like this feat. You know, trying to become #1 in the world. Tonight we're going to become, or actually tomorrow morning rather, we're going to become #1 in the United States. And then within the next day or so, especially after vigorous mental preparation, some exercise, and you know, whatever, we will get the race on. That's what it will be. It will just be the race. My schedule will be cleared, and I will be doing this, except for Game of Day May and the intervals that are healthy, until we become the #1 Chomp champ of the world. And you can do these things too. Find your lane, stick to your thing, and explore your passion. Mine is Pac-Man. I also do so many other things that are not Pac-Man that it's also okay for me to obsess about Pac-Man. That's the thing about, you know, whatever you like, you're allowed to like it a lot, but if it's your passion, hone into it. And I didn't know that I'm going to hopefully one day become a professional Pac-Man player, but that's a dream of a kid that I had, that's like watching people do the arcade type of stuff and thinking that's not possible. Well, that was never getting Brian anywhere, thinking it was impossible. Now it is possible that I can become a professional Pac-Man player, and I can encourage you to do it too, and we can get a tournament scene together, and sponsorships and attraction. It's Pac-Man. It's not a dull IP. Look at him. He's so chill. And you can dress him up, and you can make him look cool. We just don't make him look like anything because he's Pac-Man. We are Pac-Man. We're going to be Pac-Man at top of the world. So when we are ruling our game, it'll be whoever's #1 that's not us. So whatever way you want to dress yourself up, that's how you'll put your stamp on it. How kind of individuality are you going to do when you pick your character model, and what kind of outfit combination are you going to pick when you want to be #1 in the world that's not me? It's totally cool. You will literally be the #1 person in the world that's not skinned like Pac-Man, because you'll have your own thing. You'll be staying in your lane. I just happen to be Pac-Man. And you can see it every single win. I've never skinned up. I've never done that. I've never experimented with it. I just put in the shop, put glasses on, and took them back off. It popped an achievement, but I never went in a game with it, and I never ran a game with it. So I've always been Pac-Man because I just like him, and he gets to be, you know, it's not out of laziness. It's really just out of it's my gimmick for it. I like to have a story, and I think that when you watch this back chronologically, you'll realize that there's such a story there. And this person was able to put themselves out there for raw emotion, for some people specifically to see, others to be mad about. So they were proactive about activating themselves and their potential. Other people to run away, so I don't have to worry about them being part of our brand anyways, because they didn't mean to be there anyways. Other people that just needed to hear certain motivational things and may not even like Pac-Man or the Vid-Bits or anything, but they needed to hear it. The influence is awesome and wide. It's big and huge, and we're so thankful and blessed and appreciative to be in the situation that we're in, that we're playing Pac-Man in a professional type way. In our brain, we're already a professional Pac-Man player, so that's why we're playing at a professional level, because we're trying to show people. We're doing stuff that's awesome, like showcasing a leaderboard. How many people are out there doing a video right now on YouTube where they're showing the leaderboard, and they're doing a sports announcer voice where they're giving love to people they don't even know, because they want to make sure that the universe knows that they're noticed, that their accomplishments are noticed, other than them being in their basements just knowing that they're on the leaderboard. Maybe they feel some sort of way today because they know that there's somebody out there putting that energy out there for them selflessly. And that's what we try to do here at the Vid-Bits. We try to do it because it's the right thing to do. You know, what do you want? Well, what we want is to freaking let you actuate yourself, tell yourself to love each other, and hydrate, and just chase your dreams. And more Pac-Man, we're chasing the dream of being #1 in the world and claiming it as Pac-Man. so that Pac-Man is number one in the world, not Pac-Man with monkey ears and all this other stuff. And that's cool and cutesy that you do that, because that's the point of the individuality, but not for Pac-Man. Pac-Man's just rocking out his Pac-Man. Look at him, how happy he is. And all of my dubs, and that also being the 750th one, he's been like that, looking at me all gooby like, you know we're getting number one. You're putting me on top, right? I can't wait to be on top of all those Pac pretenders. So much fun, you know. And just in the chat, if you have time, no matter when you see this video, drop an experience when you tried to make a game and then you try to curve it into a narrative for yourself so you can try to have more fun with it. I'm just used to writing RPGs, tabletop RPGs back in my spare time back in the day, and then also I've been a wrestler. I feel like an independent capacity where it's almost fantasy and theater. And then I always used to do little shows and stuff with my friends and stuff when I was younger back in the day, using my imagination and stuff like that. Used to do sportscast announcing with the wrestling for like WWF and stuff with the volume turned down, and me and my friend Greg would just do announcing and stuff about it. So this 750th win goes to Greg for all the times that we sat in this very room in the Vid-Bits laboratory and did sportscasting about wrestling and started acting like we were announcers and stuff, or any of the times that we turned down the volume of a movie we'd seen and we did sort of announcing fun voices like Mystery Science Theater 3000 style, because if I didn't spend all the time honing that with you back in the day, I wouldn't be in a position where I would feel comfortable as a public speaker. So thank you very much, Greg, and I hope that you and your family are doing well. This win was for you, buddy. I just statistically get killed there just more than about any place. Ooh. Ugh. Shib, man. Shib. Yeah, look at all the endless combinations that you can dress up as, and it's nothing personal, and I love some of them so much, and some of them look so much fun. It's gonna be so much fun on an alt account to dress up in as stuff, and like, you know, go into elimination mode with you guys. I can't wait to do that, and you know, be able to go into lobbies and have fun, and that'd be so much fun. We'll be able to do that as a community, and that's what kind of infectious attitude I'm talking about. But as far as this guy goes, no, he's not gussying up, not unless we get that Bandai Namco money. So you know what I mean, so that way we can make the channel better and we can live better, because we're starving here and we really would like to be in a better situation. We're just barely getting by, and to be able to do this full time and quit my other jobs, both my other jobs know that as soon as I make it as YouTube full time, that they will be no longer unfortunately blessed with my employment there. But I'm trying to have great relationships with everybody in my area, and I'm trying to make sure everybody knows that they should do what's best for them. But everybody's telling me to keep living my best life and trying to chase my dreams, and I get to do that with my son, is the Vid-Bits, an amazing father-son duo here on YouTube. People are rooting for us. I got somebody in the chat right now rooting for us. Matthew is the second member of the completely unnecessary tier of our membership tiers, where we try to provide a different level of value to you guys, not trying to tear down anybody else's value level tiers. And you know, we are always open to suggestions on how to make those better, or what would be good to in the future. So we are open to that, and we are very thankful that anybody tries to patronize us on any level of membership here, because it's a blessing to be playing video games for you guys as a career. Let alone Pacman. That's just icing on the cake. Ugh. Holy poo. Holy poo.
We'll do this guy. We'll do this route. Then only have to deal with Pinky over there. And they double back, and then we double back. That's what I usually do to deal with somebody that doesn't want to let me go to my lane, because unfortunately when you're in the starting position, they're going to do what they want to do.
This reminds you to drink some water. I'm enjoying some right now. Missed out on my min-max. Didn't get into my next game. Pardon me. See, unfortunately for Kofi's, we are a night owl here at the Vid-Bits. So when we are planning feats, one of us can sleep while the other produces. So today, Braden produced our television while I was doing other things. Now, while he is sleeping, I'm able to do this and not disrupt our programming block. Then it will end our programming day, and we'll go into the next day. We are able to integrate feats like this so it continuously adds to the allure of all of our other programming here, such as bits and comfort videos and conquest videos such as this, but then duo projects as well, and then hopefully other bigger shows such as Trials Tuesday and First Impressions. So we have a lot to offer. That's when I say when you join in the membership tiers, you're jumping into a programming block of some sort of, like, I don't know, you're in a more real situation where you can kind of like see how these two individuals, in almost like a big brother way, when we're out here putting ourselves out in these streams to, you know, give you guys the same content that you like to see, but in a different way. Ouch. Ouchies. That was so flippin' cool. I was hoping that was gonna happen. That was so flippin' cool.
Hey, the chief.
No, chat, we don't talk about that. We're just meditating in on the #1 spot in the United States. That's what we're going to have. So #1 on PlayStation, #1 in the United States, and then next will be #1 in the world. And the Vid-Bits will be the one that's on top. Not my name, not Braden's name, the Vid-Bits. And you are part of it. We woke up the pig, guys. We woke up the pig. They know. They know that they got a 20,000 point buffer now, and like, even though Kofi's who we're looking at, that's the buffer we're looking at is the ones between 75,000 and 55,000. So if they keep moving, we got to keep moving as long as we can, because we're close. That's the gap we're trying to close. We're racing to get to the finish line, and luckily for us, Kofi's in the lead to be able to get us to the top of the United States leaderboard, and then Mint Daddy Pig is on top of the world. So we're trying our best to keep chugging away. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Yep, we've worked the pickup, guys. They're making moves at an even pace as us. And this is exactly what I said could happen at the very beginning of the stream. They know we're coming for first place, and they're doing their best they can to keep an even buffer between us. While Kofi is just going to just be in the middle. And so what we got to do is stay the course, which means we have to overtake Kofi and then play as long as we possibly can to hopefully close the gap between Mick and Daddy. Definitely play the entire time that they're playing, so they don't gain any ground on us. But right now, we're trying to get first place in the United States, and eventually, because they're globally the first place leader, will be first place in the world. So.
Nope, that's what I get. There goes that freaking little streak I had going on, especially when I'm freaking competing live against the champ. And I'm competing live against the champ, guys. That's what I'm doing. I know that Kofi's in between there, but the champ is moving right now, and I'm competing live against him, guys. Just let people know. Don't let him know, but that's the way it is. Of course, I get second place in that game. A little bit of added pressure, but we're just trying to keep moving on and staying in our own lane. That ended this streak of, like, I don't know, 30 wins, 35 wins or something. Send me your energy, guys. I really appreciate it. I'm just trying to plug away and get to number one in the United States in this session if I possibly can. I have to keep moving because Mint Daddy Pig keeps moving, and they're the first place person, and I'm trying to make sure that I put a lot of pressure on AVI Ghidorah because they are doing great things and big moves. And then, you know, I can look at other metrics, but right now that's what we got going on.
maybe we'll get lucky and they'll just, not know what our intentions are. But I don't know how much attention we're making ourselves have to them. You know what I mean? I have no idea. So there's that too. But it is an interesting story, guys. Hopefully you are finding it interesting. I'm trying my best to curate a wonderful narrative and weave a spectacular tapestry of human emotion, raw emotion, but also coexisting within that is the story of me and my son's YouTube journey, our content creation journey, and our desire to be the #1 gaming duo in YouTube that is in the father-son capacity, and all the other ways that we can affect the community through our knowledge about that we've learned through the community, and our amazing gaming acumen, where we can do crazy feats like this, as well as speedruns, let's plays, playthroughs, walkthroughs, first reactions, demos, trials, all that stuff. So thank you very much for tuning in, and hopefully you find something here that you enjoy. And just know that this is just the beginning. That second place just woke me up a little bit, so that's all I'll look at it as. Just woke me up a little bit. We still didn't get a loss. You have to get 33 and below, 33 to 64 to get a loss. So 32 and above will be a win. And obviously Mint Daddy gets almost exclusively wins. Yep, and Mint Daddy Pig keeps moving, so I can't even do the announcement that I wanted to, which was give everybody credit on the leaderboard, because currently the leaderboard leader keeps leading, and I just don't want to give him any more room. So we got to keep going, and now we are within 5,600 points of rating between me and Kofi. So we're just going to keep plugging away here. But I do have to take a short break. Not that long, but I want to make sure that my mental and physical health are well as I continue this feat. So, Mint Daddy, I know, you're getting a little bit of ground now, but then now I know that it's going to be amazing that I'm going to get to chase you down and be able to overtake you in the leaderboard. So, I can't wait to do that, and I continue to be able to provide content and exciting stuff like that for you guys. So, just one moment. Give me just a moment to get hydrated and pause for station identification. Just a bit of hydration. And right now it's been Brian from the Vid-Bits. And I'll see you just a little bit. That was the first 40 matches, the first 40 wins out of the 100 that separated me and Kofi. And then we'll see the difference in skill and overtake them to become the #1 Chomp champ in the United States. So that's still happening regardless of what's going on with the leader there, Mint Daddy, and also me talking while they can min-max another match. But that's okay. I digress. I'm not stressed about it. We're going to stay in our own lane. Just give me one moment and I'll be right back. Please take care of yourself for a moment if you've been studying the tape and you've been hanging out for all of the tail of the tape. And just give yourself a moment for hydration and to just reflect. And I will be right back. Pardon me. Okay, am I supposed to look and see if the pig's moving? The pig stopped moving a moment. They saw I took a break, so they took a moment. It's fine, man. You want to be the mint daddy pig? The Vid-Bits are gonna make sure that we are going to wrangle the pig. What did they used to do? Pig wrangling back in the day? If you're just tuning in, we're trying to make history. Being the first father-son duo gaming channel in YouTube history to reach #1 in the leaderboard of this game. I've exclusively played it myself. It's been Brian and the Vid-Bits doing all of the play, but you know, the Vid-Bits is represented between me and my son, and we are a duo. And this just happens to be one of the feats that I'm actuating in the name of the channel, but I'm also actuating this feat in the name of all of our loyal subscribers, especially some members of our completely unnecessary membership tier, including Pioneer member Skippy the Bard and our newest member Matthew. So thank you so much for supporting us at the highest level. We cannot thank you enough, because it really is because of support from people like you that our community continues to grow and flourish, and we cannot be happier that you are engaging in the levels that you are. So thank you very much from the Vid-Bits, and it's Brian. And Braden, of course, is sleeping with the chief, and these are our adorable Siberian Husky, and they're in slumberland while they're knowing that I'm trying to actuate this feat in the name of the channel and all of us, so that we can ride the hopes and dreams of just, you know, an 80s kid that and his son, you know, that or just thought that they could be professional gamers and inspire and be able to be at a platform such as YouTube where everybody can see us, whether or not they're tuning in or not, big and small. It's big and it's, you know, big and huge, honestly. And Matthew and Skippy the Bard and Panther and Mr. Know-It-All and Karzak and all of our friends, when they tune in and stuff, that's big. And when we have the outreach to get to all of you and for you to see our content and to motivate you to hopefully inspire and actuate your dreams by showing you exactly how much some time that put into it can do, that is huge. So it's just amazing that we're in a situation that you guys will hopefully be able to vibe with some of our community, and we can grow and flourish together and do amazing things here on YouTube, amazing things in life, and the sky's the limit, so they say. So we appreciate you here at the Vid-Bits, and I hope that you're enjoying this feat that we're being able to do this for the history, for the sake of video game preservation and chronicling that, but also, like I said, just you guys being able to ride the wave from beginning to end of me deciding in real time that I was going to use all of my situation to use the motivation of maximum right now, pow boom, and go from the beginning of launch of the screen to deciding in real time that I was going to become #1 in the world at something, and then doing it, and how long it took for me to decide that I was going to do it, and how long it took from that point on to doing it. Also, the main thing was I started with giving people 7 days a head start time. So knowing that even if you feel like you're behind, knowing that other people have a head start, just knowing that by staying in your lane, staying positive, and knowing that you can do anything, you really can. So I hope that was motivating for you, and I know that sometimes it gets a little bit preachy here, but if you're not going to use your influencer platform to influence people in this type of manner, then there's no reason to have it. So I hope that we are in the situation we're all in agreement that we're just moving on, man, and eventually we'll be able to chill out a little bit more on the hype train, because people know, man. People already know, and they're gonna know, and if you don't know now, you know. So I hope that you enjoy hanging out here at the Vid-Bits. Let's see what Mint Daddy's doing. The pig is moving, man. We are moving equally. He knows. And there's a chance that we could get video game, like a story going. Because I have my schedule cleared. I am a full-time YouTuber. I have other jobs, but they both know that this is my main priority.
They both know that those things they can drop at the, the drop of a hat, but they will have to understand while this is going on. So I will take care of myself, I will stay healthy, and I will be committed, and we will be in a real-time race where 3 individuals are trying to vie for number 1 supremacy. So I hope that, that you guys are in for the long haul, because honestly, I have the stamina, and I'm going to also use my platform to influence people to try to come into the community and make this game awesome. So I'm so excited, guys. This has made this interesting. If you don't know what's going on right now, even there's a couple people, like there's movement on on the leaderboard where I guess they thought there was just going to be stagnation. And I think it's awesome because I motivated other people that were lower to start working harder because they just saw how quickly I came up out of nowhere. Because when a situation seems hopeless, the best thing that you can do is actuate your ability to do what you can to it. So what I thought was, I'll just decide the best way to do this, the biggest pace, and everything else. The variable was that we know that the consistency of the lobbies being filled with real people is the way that it is right now. But the cool thing is, if this is what has to happen so that we get enough attention on this game, so this game is more populated and this is more random and less likely to happen, then that's going to be great for people's skill and to see how good they are, number 1. And number 2, if that's not the case and we just get to localized tournaments, I'm going to show up and show out against all these people, because then we will be able to populate these lobbies with that many people. So they're going to be able to make this game run and show how they want, and then hopefully people will be fervorously infectious to want to be a part of Pac-Mania, like this awesome, this freaking awesome wave of Pac-Man fever. So again, when we say that we're pursuing a brand dealership with you, Bandai Namco, it's because we want to help make this game have everything that it can, so that we don't fall into the tropes of cancel culture of something because of some other reason, and we can actually make your game money for a responsible reason. We can get the good vibes out again about Pac-Man. We can heal his public image for people that are sad about whatever last situation happened. And I'm also showing that any brands that want to deal with the Vid-Bits know that we will do damage brand control for your brand when we passionately feel about it. So you don't even have to worry about people being keyboard warriors for you. You're going to actually have people out in media that are doing media and in social situations that, when we understand the scope of things, aren't afraid to be like, yeah, this is a good thing, or no, this is not. So this is a really raw company that you got going on here, and it's very cool that we can't be bought. We really can't. We can be aided. We want the aid. We will never say that we can't take financial situations to help us out, because we want to eat, we want to be healthy, we want to drink clean water, and we want to be in a situation where we have presentable clothing and very good housing, and very so we can have very stable sleep and stuff like that. So the health that it's increased is just going to make our productivity and our consistency and our scheduling amazing. So, anybody that doesn't think that they can build this, I'm speaking it into existence every time I open my mouth, because sometimes I don't even know what I'm saying, but I know it's the right thing to say. So that's another aspect of Maximum right now, pal, boom, guys. You just have to go for it. And if it's wrong, then everybody can say it's wrong. But I don't think you think it is. And you're going to help us, and you're going to be part of it, and then we can all network. And the people that don't need to be in it, we can vibrate out, and we don't have to worry about it as a culture, because together we won't stand for that. We won't stand for it, and we're only going to judge ourselves. We're judge none except one. It's another reason why we're pursuing a brand deal with Jinko, because it's amazing that they're coming rebound in the culture. And it was so pivotal to my childhood and how my individuality was able to be determined by me being able to kind of have a hippy-dippy, throwback to the past. My mother loved the type of pants, and then when she finally got to see them, she thought that it was amazing that they existed, and she's trying to, bring them back to parachute pants and all that other stuff. So, I digress. I'm getting hyped. Chat. Getting hyped about the Vid-Bits, and I'm sorry. And that's, I guess, another thing. If you ever are upset, I'm just getting hyped about the Vid-Bits, and if you're here and you're part of it, then you're not mad because I'm hyping us up. I'm hyping you up. I guess that's why I don't care about who gets mad about it and just clicks off, because we're then going to weed out the haters. And we see stuff in the metrics every day where 8 of you leave and then 10 of you come, because somebody, I guess, must be telling you other people how awesome things are. So that's how it spreads, right? It's like a hurt heal thing. You got hurt, but you got knocked down and you got back up. So the people that shouldn't be here, they gravitated away, and the people that should be pulled more people in, because it's infectious, this energy. every time I touch base with people in real life in the last 9 or 10 days, especially even when we got monetized, which is over a little bit over 2 weeks ago, like we've been really on fires to let people know how we, after 2 years of grinding and putting everything into it and betting on ourselves, we've self-actuated because we had bottomed out. We really had bottomed out. We wiped out. We couldn't have wiped out anymore. Bray wiped out, I wiped out over and over again. We thought we couldn't deal with it. We wiped out again, but we kept getting back up and betting on ourselves, and our true core people have lifted us up because the wave lifts us up because we're all part of it. And then we were able to heal to the point where we kept going, and here we are. And every day, more people learn about that they can do stuff for themselves to help themselves out. It's not, as long as you don't make it egotist and you're very flow about, being contractual with the universe about the bartering, about what the energy is, the alchemy of the exchange, equivocal exchange. You only get back what you put in. That's what it is. That's what equivocal exchange is. The law of alchemy states the equivocal exchange of energy. So if we put out energy, then we get back what we put in. Then they can ration that out on Instagram and everything else like it's a hippy dippy thing, or say that you're stupid or you're not really. No, self-actuation allows you to have the energy put out go back into whatever the project is. So if you bottom out of your energy towards a project, the universe has to flux back the energy so that you can fill your cup. And when you do, you become stronger. And if you top out and you put everything back in, you receive it. And there's so many influencers that you can see that that's the path they took, and that's the result they got. And all they're trying to do is get you to understand it. And we at the Vid-Bits understand it, and we want you to know that you can too. If any of the words through the Pacman Chomp stream gets you there, give me a high five in chat. Give me a high five in chat, and then dono something to one of your favorite YouTubers that's not us. Just drop them a 2. Drop them I don't want to say drop a deuce. Drop a 5 if you can, but drop a 2. Don't drop it to us. Don't worry about us. Drop it to somebody else. They deserve it. They're not getting fed. Even if it seems like they're getting fed and they're only around a couple thousand people, there's people in the speedrun community like Ryu. There's people in the speedrun in the community like Arcus. We need to all be networking in a way where we can make this like more than just what we do. Like it feels like the world stadium events of speedrunning, and the community comes in, and we're all, because there's enough of us that we could fill those type of stadiums. There's enough of us that could make that type of energy, but we're not doing it yet. Let's go. Let's do it, guys. You know who I'm talking about. You know the guy I'm talking about that can make it happen. And I'm not saying anything like, oh my God, why aren't you doing it? I'm trying to give you motivation, and you know who you are, and I want to talk to you, and the Vid-Bits want to talk to you, and we're going to make all this shit happen. We're going to actuate it. We're going to network properly. Because everybody that wants to do it is already in the same mind frame. None of us are selfish, and all of us just want to help the community. So it's like, it's going to be great. We're just going to have more outreach and network to more people. And it's just, I'm so excited that we're all going to get to do it, because we all want to do this stuff anyways. So congratulations, Arcus. Congratulations, Ryu. All these people that already get the adoration. Imagine when you're getting the actual true flowers that you deserve before. It's just like we talk about how awesome you guys are with the things that you do later. We're all going to get the flowers now. So the prizes all go in one cup, people, and we are the cup. I don't know if it makes sense to you, but when it comes to the prizes all go in one cup as far as the Vid-Bits are concerned, and we are the cup, the Vid-Bits, and we will keep flowing back into the cup. You keep pouring back into it. The community keeps doing it in different ways, and I'm blessed, thankful, appreciative, and humble to be a part of it. So thank you very much, guys. This is awesome that we're on our road to being the champion of Pacman in the United States, repping the United States with a mentality like this. I hope that the United States knows that we are trying to heal any negative image, to know that the industriousness of somebody that's trying to be growing from the ground up and thinking that they can't do anything, only being a couple generations into America and our family last name, is still repping the brands, trying to do the best we can and be the best we can for anybody in America that's here and is being influenced, and also around the world, so that America knows, America's image is looked at where we're trying to be awesome, and the person that's in first place in Pacman in the world is trying to rep this type of image for the brand that him and his son have started from absolutely nothing and are doing it for the love of the game. And it ends with a win. When everything I've said and any of these points ends on a dub, I don't know when the game's going to end. It's just a wonderful synchronicity, some little beautiful exclamation point. And look at Pacman. You're right, Brian. We're repping Pacman. We're healing him. We're healing his repping his brand. We're healing his image. We're healing the image of this game. And then people are going to have fun. and they're gonna have so much fun. I can't wait to have fun because I'm gonna be the pack champion of the United States of America, and I'm gonna put them right on top before Memorial Day. It's amazing. Yep, we're doing that. We're doing that. I'm doing that as a 43-year-old man, and it's freaking amazing that you guys can live vicariously through me and actuate your dreams way sooner than I did, because I was living them in silence. And now I'm not shutting up, and I'm letting my voice be heard. And the people that are turning off, and when I look at my stream and I have 3 people, those people all care. Those people really care about what's going on, and they may be listening, or they may be asleep, or they may be downloading this or nothing or whatever, but whatever they're downloading is nothing but positive love and energy, and saying, hey, remember to hydrate, drink some water, whatever you can find, not anybody's specific brand, just whatever you can find so that you can stay healthy and happy, or at least start to have the path to, and then use your voice, however that is, to actuate everybody else that you can around you by just focusing on yourself. You're actuating people by focusing on yourself, because you know what the trigger is, guys? Besides maximum right now, pal boom, somebody will ask you how you're doing, and then you say you're doing gloriously superb. And when you say that, then they instantly are like, what? And then that's all you have to say. And if you have time, you can go into detail based on how big your ego is. But if you don't, then you just roll on by. And if you don't have time to touch base with everybody in your life, you just smile when you see them, and you know that it's not patronizing, and it doesn't matter how they take it, because at the end of the day, it's how you feel about it, baby. So it's still going to be nothing but love. And we're approaching win 777, and I'm blessed to see that happen, man. And blessed to see that happen with the only loss so far in my career here in Chomp Champs is against, you know, some sort of crazy situation that you can see if you find it somewhere, if you're looking through it. And I just leave it at that. Then we don't talk about that around here. Breaking the fourth wall, we don't talk about that around here. Okay, we don't talk about that around here. I just said that. It's my audition tape for everything I've ever wanted to do too, I guess. It's like not the B-roll, it's like the hard roll. So like you guys could look through it and see like a raw person's emotion. Raw like emotions, and talking about how I think that, you know, this is my shot to use this platform the way it's supposed to be used, and not doing it for the money, because the money will come when you don't, you know. What does Bo Burnham say? My love's the type of thing you have to earn, and when you earn it, you don't need it. It's the same thing with money. And then because of what your reasoning is, and the whole thing about you don't create art for the money, you create art for the passion. Shout out Jessica. Jessica's doing great things for the community here where we're at. That's all I'm going to say, because I'm trying not to be too crazy about where we're at geographically, but she's awesome, and she recovered. She was in a situation where everybody around her had failed her and just thought she was just a piece of crap and wasn't going to be worth it, and she turned her whole life around, and she's a great example for her kids. So shout out Jay. You got really great situation. Shout out Lux. You guys got a really great mom. Using my platform in Pacman and a legacy historical run to shout out people like that. And I'll find more people to shout out before I hit the dub, because they deserve in historical stance to be shouted out, where some people are going to hear their name and know about some of the great things they've done. And that's another way I can use this platform that doesn't do anything, doesn't cost me anything other than the rights to stream it. And I can take a second place, because again, what I'm saying is more important than any of that. What's going on with the pig? The pigs keep it rolling on. Jeez. I haven't woke up Kofi yet, which is good. I don't care, that's fine, but we'll just keep on packing. You know we're going to keep on rolling. We're already like an hour away from the end of what we consider an excellent stream here, which is 3 to 5 hours, so we're going to keep on going. We're healthy, we're hydrated, we've been eating snacks and stuff and staying crazy. Having Pac-Man fever, trying to put Pac-Man on top. In this specific session to on the top of the United States leaderboard for this game that's been out since the beginning of the month. So 3 weeks, guys. To me, that's a big enough reason for it to be a big deal, because it's one of those situations that if everybody, you know, whoever wants it now is in contention, and I'm going to make sure that we get it at the Vid-Bits. I really was trying to focus on this without saying anything else, so I was meditating on it, right? I think we as a community drive whether or not a game is good, whether or not it's not even necessarily whether or not the game comes out is good at fault, right? Because it can. We know we're in a day and age that you can always patch a game and make it better. So wouldn't you consider the fact that as a community, if we fail to support a game, that's the reason why it fails, not because the developer did anything wrong. It doesn't even mean that the timing window is wrong. You got to at least give. I think Eric Bischoff said when he was making wrestlers in WCW that you had to at least give them 8 to 12 weeks of camera time to whether to consider them a success or failure. And if you don't get over in 8 to 12 weeks, like if we gave you like 8 to 12 weeks of how we would do a programming block, and we're going to probably have that in the can here if we keep rolling on, because we're going through a program block that we made last year called Game a Day May, where we played a different game every day in the month of May. We put a lot of pressure on ourselves to produce it, and so this year we're Game a Day May again, and it's like a concept where we're doing an indie game every day, even if the fact that the video gets demonetized to make the people money and all that. We're not really worried about that, because we're not even researching. We're so not worried about it that we're not researching it first before we decide the ones that we want to feature, because it's more important about the ones that we feature, if that type of thing makes sense to you. And then when we do the video live streaming, in some cases our first reactions to these games, because we're really trying to give you a raw reaction of how these developers were going to encapsulate your feeling and your emotion and really get to see how they did their job in almost like a test subject type of way. And then after that's done, if we send the video out there live streaming and we find out that it doesn't get monetized, we're like, oh well, and we just still leave it up because that's the project, and we love that. Unless it's some sort of really combative way, then I guess we can talk about it and we'll just take it down. But like that would kind of suck for not having that spot in our feature, so it's our second season and we're we're at the end of the third week now, so you guys don't even know what we're going to feature yet. It's a mysterious thing. We still have the rest of May to look forward to. What are the Vid-Bits going to feature on Game a Day May? I don't know. Maybe you care, maybe you don't. It's pretty cool that you don't know and you could hang out and find out every day for the rest of the month of May. But that's a shameless plug, and it's been a long time since I've done that, because we have some programming here, and you have the ability to look at it whenever you want. You don't have to just look at me doing Chomp Champs. It's more than just that when you come to the Vid-Bits here, so I just want to make sure you know that.
All right, you could use the announcer guy voice now.
No, I just did the casual voice. It's not the announcer guy voice. It's not really helping me. Oh yeah, I'm min-maxing. So what's going on with the pig? He's still pigging. He's still pigging out. He's the Mint Daddy Pig. And if you have a lot of money, Mint Daddy Pig, that's sweet. We would love a donation for, making you motivated to be playing this game so hard. So if you want to go ahead and slap a dono down, because we deserve the hard effort we're putting in, because we're actually putting off other jobs to be here now, because I'm juggling 3 jobs to be able to do this. But it's also, I digress, right? Oh, you lost you got second place your last match. It's awesome now. I can remember that. I can see that. We are really going to commentate all the way through this mofo, because we are going to eventually get the top spot. We have now blown away everybody else that has ability to compete with us, and people like Ava will always be able to catch up, and we will be able to still do commentary. But I know that when Mint Daddy Pig is not running a game, we're gonna have to do our commentary in the loading screens, guys. We're gonna make this so interesting, and nobody else is doing this. So like, if they are starting to do this now, you already are just ripping off us, and we have so much of this in the can, and it's not even funny. It's okay. We're fine. Imitation is the most sincerest form of flattery. But you know what's going on? We are rocking it, and I'm about to go to the top of the United States leaderboard, the top of the United States, and only being second to the world. So that's amazing, guys. You can do anything if you put your mind to it. I'm just rocking this and just being so thankful, blessed, appreciative, and humble about it, and also trying to be so positively put forth about what we represent. So when you guys see this, you can decide if you want to hang on to what we're doing, because we're just going to keep going up, and I just love it, man. I love it, and I never knew how I'd feel when I finally made a difference. And even if it just seems like it's not making the reach, and you're like, that's not what's going on with those guys or whatever, that's fine that you want to doubt us, but but I know this at least has healed generational trauma for me as a person, family traumas for me as a person, made me feel like I am worth something as a person, made me believe in life again, made me have new dreams, rejuvenate how I'm going to go about navigating my life, be thankful, more blessed and more humble, more appreciative of everything, and know that the sky's the limit for us, because all we have to do is believe in it. So I'm telling you, regardless of whether or not we get the brand deal that we keep dreaming about with Bandai Namco, and it seems like if there's anything that's, stopping us from doing anything that's going to keep our mission with our community, we also have other people that we really want to work with. And it's just amazing that those things in my brain and my heart and in my soul, and I know are possible now, so before other people look at it and think I'm never going to be able to do that. And now we know that we are, and I'm so excited. I'm so excited when I get to meet you guys. Everybody that I get to meet, I'm talking about other influencers, people in the creative space, people that are going to help us form and theme all of this and structure a new wave of YouTube that's going to rejuvenate it for content creators, and it's going to make people that are going to retire or thinking that they need to retire second guess themselves. I know that this is going to motivate so many more people than you could imagine. Even people that's already, I realized today the next phase is, I talked about it earlier, elevating your dreams, right? If my dream is to be a content creator of YouTube full time, and I'm already doing that, so what's the next dream? I want to be a voiceover actor. So it's like having the opportunity to do that. To me, it's amazing to know that I can meet people like Steve Bloom. It's amazing. You know what I mean? I know the sky's the limit. I've already met one of the most amazing musicians ever, and I've met him and I've talked to him like a real human being, and his name's Megaran, and he's got Guinness Book World Records. He's very intelligent about wrestling and hip-hop culture. He was a teacher. He's freaking an amazing influencer in real life before he's ever made it, and the reason why he's making it is because he always did the same thing I'm finally figuring out now. He banked on himself. He went all in on himself, and he did not look back, and everybody that's been a supporter has continued to look for him and helped him out, and everybody that is not is just had to just deal with their mistake of not being on the right side of history. And I love the fact that I'm on the right side of Megaran history, and we've talked to him and met him several times. He's met a couple people that I know in my circle, and everybody, he's vibed with everybody in such a real level. I'm just telling you, it's more relatable and reachable than you can think, but you have to just stop thinking that everybody are stars and they're not reachable. It's because they don't want to vibrate with you that they don't. Your life is so miserable or whatever, they're already on this other level of vibration that they can't harmonize with you like on that level. So if you're saying that you're miserable, poor woe is me, give me a dono, they're not going to give it to you. If they see the reason why you need it, and they're going to see how they can actuate their situation, then it's going to happen. And again, Pacman agrees. So I can't wait for you guys to heal our situation, put us in such a stable situation that we can create this amazing content and this energy, this infectious energy. Bring this new Vid-Bits, this brand to YouTube that you guys are so favorable to us as far as the money goes, so that when we can put it back on the brand, we'll be transparent. We're going to take a 20%. We've decided we're putting it all into the brand, but we need 20% for living expenses. That's 10% for Braden, 10% for me. We're going to put every rest of it, the other 80%, back into the brand. That's cool things for you guys, donos, consoles, giveaways, all the cool stuff that we can do. That's going to be because you guys believe in us and as a brand. So as you help grow us, it makes it so we can do those things. And I finally see as an influencer how cool that is, and the platform YouTube gives us such a better cut to do that. So thank you for YouTube for doing that. And we really are thankful that you guys are going to be able to feature us, and we can grow on your brand and synergize with your energy. I hope that you appreciate that we're trying to, marry into the color scheme. We really are just respectful of the color scheme of your logo and everything. So thank you for that. I appreciate working for Google. The technologies has been really stable for me. I know that it's not everybody's cup of tea, but that's the way life is. And if we can't have a good dialogue about that, then it's not worth engaging with you anyways, So when we get to the point where, for me, Google is something that I can defend if I have to defend, because at the end of the day, I'll at least make sure people are neutralized about their opinion, or at least try to chill about being negative about your image or your branding, because I do that because I've never had any issues. Google's just been, neutral to cool to me at best. So thank you for that personally. And Bray, I don't want to speak for him specifically in this thing, so I'm pretty sure he feels exactly the same way. He is sleeping right now. But I'm just making sure to give my thanks and shout outs as I'm in this main stage, and as we're approaching being the #1 player in the United States of America and going forward, because I'm not going to look back and nobody's going to catch us up. So we will have this brand associated with that thing as long as this thing goes on. So those zeros and ones connect, where people are starting to think, how should we log on to the Vid-Bits so we can get more ads into the Vid-Bits program as it's being more eyes and people are more infectious into the brand. Just know that it still has to have all the integrity into integers that we've been talking about. It's very important that the metric knows that those are the integrity integers that we're looking at, the zeros and ones, the logics of the situation, because it's important to us that everybody feels safe, as if this is a safe space. So thank you again for that situation. We're not looking back though, guys. We're looking forward. We're not looking back. And this is just the beginning. So thank you guys so much for putting us here. I know it's only because of you that we're going to get here, because the neutral message at best is just leave things better than you found them, guys. If I had to give you a condensed message of it all, I guess I could say that, and then the secondary thing would be maximum right now, pow boom, actuate your dreams, and the third would be hydrate. So there you go, guys. There you go. There's the condensed version of all the crazy messaging that we say, the programming that we're giving you. Because I mean, I guess we are programming you. We're programming you to be better people. Better people, love yourself, and drink water. So I guess that's going to help all brands. So all brands of water, thank you that we're sponsoring all of you, because when people choose their hydration, they can pick any of you, and if we tell people to hydrate or continue to hydrate, all we're going to do is sell more water as a beverage. So I guess thank you all of the brands of water. The Vid-Bits, when we go worldwide, will make it so all of you water beverage people make more money overall as we continue to tell you to hydrate, because it's fucking awesome to hydrate. It keeps you spry, it keeps you able to vocalize, and it keeps you an ability to feel like you're tapped into what's in the majority of the reservoir of your body already, which is water. So thank you for that. There's a reason when I was in foster care, I was not almost allowed to go back home, because I was being studied by somebody that said I had a lower level genius IQ, and he used to he'd do my long counseling sessions, and instead of worried about my home trauma, he would actually give me tests about my IQ, and then he would go around to his goon friends and would talk about it. And so he was actually preventing me from going home for quite some time. It was really ridiculous, and it was one of those situations that made me go above and beyond to establish that I will not be tethered by anybody's preconceived notion of me, even if it's good. So his good making me feel all pumped up and thinking that was great. Because of that, it was so high they weren't allowed to show me the number, and I still don't know what it was measured when it was actually at its highest metric. So it's a humble brag, because those type of things and micro computations are the reason why I'm able to do the things I do, and the fact that I've been able to hone it in and be able to actually form the theme and all of the branding for what we're doing with all of these things. All of this stuff is happening in real time, guys, because I'm being eligible and I'm working through a flow state. And when you get to a balanced sense of all of everything, the flow state of creativity, when you're not tethered to all of everything else that keeps you mentally shackled for productivity, the procrastination, which is pretty much hell, when you get that all figured out, as soon as you can get a healthy, I guess they quantify that simply as when you find a healthy work-life balance, you will be able to do anything when you know that you're putting the energy in the right basket. So again, these are all reasons why the people I'm trying to basically do the manifestation thing without saying it. So I think they're gonna feel the energy at the point where when this all comes to fruition, that we have a lot in common, and it'd be amazing to show more things so that we can both unlock more things about each other. So that would do nothing more than continue to help creativity flow, screw up writer's block and stuff like that, the distortion of that, because those are different hamster loop cycles that we're both trying to get out, we're all trying to get out of. So both, all, and any, and all of us are trying to get out of those things. So until I got out of those situations and Bray got out of those situations, and we have completely different issues, and we both got out of them in completely different ways. When we both got out of them, it was simultaneous, and it allowed all the gears to unlock in the Vid-Bits machine, and now we're just firing in all cylinders. So I'm very thankful to Bray. I want to make sure that he's not awake, and it's not like he's just listening on stream in the other room. So I'm very confident that I can just humbly brag, this child has done wonders for my life as far as making me believe in myself. He's actually physically saved my life I don't have to get into the details, but he did save my life, and it's one of those situations where I don't know anybody. I don't know what happens to you as a person when your child legitimately saved your life. So that's all I'll say about that. It's not because of those reasons why everything's the amazing way that it is. It's because neither of us have ever given up on either each other about what we could accomplish, because we both know that we could accomplish the world. And like everybody that feels that way about either of us has done nothing but reinforce that, the true core people. So I'm talking about the Vans, I'm talking about the Minas, I'm talking about people like that. Even Simmons at some point in his life was very influential in keeping me from bottoming out, even if we are not as close as I wish that we were right now. The Knoxes, the Stricklands, like Joe, like he just was amazing to me as far as like making me understand that you can fuck up and you can still be okay as long as your integrity is intact, and you can still, not worry about doing things that, I don't know. Joe's just he's a complex individual, but me and him had a fight or flight situation that I don't have to get into right now either. That was an amazing situation where both of our lives could have completely changed, and he knows that he was willing to put himself at risk and save my life at a juncture when it could have been my life or his, and he was still willing to put his life on the line. So I'll just say that about Joe. So I'll never be able to forget Joe for any of that, because I could possibly not be here had me and Joe not been in that perfect harmony of a crazy situation. So thank you, Joe. Like, there's lots of things that put me in here, like in this position to perform and be in a platform to motivate, and also say there's reasons why it's happening. You have to give your flowers. I think as a society we're finally getting to the point where we're going to give people their flowers before they die, and that's nothing morbid, but there's people that are older now, especially like developers and stuff, and people in Hollywood and actors and stuff that are good, have good morale and good intentions, that we don't seem to give as much recognition to until you give the litany of accomplishments that they made before after their eulogy or whatever. So like, it's not supposed to be the extra awesome script that they don't hear when they're dead. It's supposed to be the thing that everybody gives all the adoration, and they give it to the person while they're alive. So I don't know why as a society we can't do that, other than then that's the last great finale, right? That you have all the big people come in and do the eulogy and do all the big ceremonies and stuff, and then everybody gets to make the windfall content about how much that person influenced their life, while they don't ever get to hear any of it, and everybody else makes money off of it. What the hell is that? As that's about as political as I could get it. Is that like, that's ridiculous. So at the Vid-Bits we try to give people their flowers, but stuff like featuring their games if they're not going to be able to be monetized when we have to, making sure that developers that we're not sponsored with still get the love that we can, and knowing that if there's windfall to that, cool, but we're not doing it for that reason. If it's not that way, not, and if we find out that we are offending them or we should take the stuff down, we will, because we're just like that. Most of the time we'll try to do more vetting on stuff that we've already played, if it's a situation that's a publisher or a specific company is offended by stuff that we do. But for the most part we try not to do that, because it affects series that we've done that are very unique, I think, or if they're not unique, they're in a different niche and they're unique within that niche. So they're unique within a subset, if I should say, because of the dynamics that we hit. So there's that. So I guess that's all I have to say about that. So I'm not going to go, when I feel like I can find a good closure point, I'll just kind of do that and be like, anyways. So, anyways, we're going to drop down. Oh, nope. Oh! Remember to hydrate, guys. Drink some water. Especially after you have a long-winded speech like that. There's just, again, I'm letting my muse kind of take over the things that I need to talk about, so that it's almost like you have a dictaphone too when you're doing this. You're trying to focus, and ultimately, if I have to book in that point before one of my favorite number wins comes up, is if you hear me and you think that I'm being super rambly and you think that it's crazy, it's one of those situations where, even if it wasn't late, if I'm going to perform for you guys, this is my method, because I'm a second screen gamer, and because of trademarks, I can't have a second screen on. So because Brave's not in here doing guest commentary, or somebody's not bouncing questions off a chat like a mod would verbally to me, I have to be able to zone in when I do my feat games, like high score stuff and speed runs and leaderboards, because that's when I do the best, when I zone out. So if I don't have myself talking continuously, stuff happens. We'll just say that stuff happens, and I don't like that because I have stamina as a gamer. I'm hydrating correctly. I'm being, sleeping in good cycles. Obviously you can see that I haven't done back to back to back. You can see in real time based on when this started for me how much time I've played based on as much as I've been able to when I told the people what the goal was. So I've paced out how long it's taken. I guess there are certain days I should have played more, so I'm not having to chase Mint Daddy as much as I am, but at least look at it this way. It's going to be interesting for you guys that are following it along, and I hope that you enjoy it because I'm going to continue to try to make it as interesting as possible. That's just another narrative. So the people that do talk to me before we get to the finish line, obviously you're getting recognition from the Vid-Bits before I hit the finish line that's going to be associated with the task when people fucking find out what happened here. You know what I mean? So there you go. We started it and launched something that's amazing, and we just have this entire halo effect of growth and just, if it's a couple more people a day every day, then that's amazing. If it's just the people that it is now, then awesome. If it's never anybody else again, then we've already influenced more people than I've ever been able to in my life in the smallest amount of time, number one. And number two, my energy is so infectious that anybody that I go around instantly wants to know what's going on with me. And so I just try to humbly brag and say nothing. But it just, I'm not even saying anything sometimes. I am literally tented fingers chill, and they know, they can feel it. And that's what true resonance is, when you're just having to have this I guess they call it star seeds and light bearers and all that other stuff. This is mine. Because I fix myself, my wiring, by doing all the things I'm telling you. I am telling you all the ways that we've actuated to get to where we're at in YouTube, so that you can say, how did the Vid-Bits make it? This is what they did. Just know that if you copy any of our stuff, it's hopefully eventually going to be trademarked, but if not, you're going to see in perpetuity how we've hung out here and done these things this way. So branding and stuff, we're going to clearly be able to prove that you're ripping our concepts off. So that's, you know what I mean? It's not anything new. We're not inventing anything new. I was in wrestling before, and everybody thought that they made the new move up. No, most of the time they just studied some Japan wrestling, and nobody had seen the combinations of cutters or stunners or suplexes, and they just threw the stuff together. I think I've invented a hardly seen variation of the move, and I can talk to some wrestlers if they ever want to talk to me about it. That's very unique and cool, but that's another point. But the thing is, we used to fight about that, you're doing this and nobody's ever done it. No, the thing is, everybody's done everything, right? So what you do is you just put your spin on it, and you try to find it in a way to make it uniquely yours, and then you sell yourself as the brand. Yourself. You sell your family as the brand. Because even if it's just you, you're still selling your family. You still have your surname. You still survived from your mother's womb. You're still here on Terra Earth, and you can still put your feet in the grass or ground. So you are representing your family, and your family is the brand you sell. And when you do, and you're doing all the things I'm saying, and especially if you do a maximum right now, pow boom, you can self-actuate and actually do things like become #1 Pacman player in the world and mega tunnel battle Chomp champs. Or you can freaking just to sit there and be like, it's fun to watch him and I wish I could do that. You can do that too. I'm sorry if you do that. I love you. I'm trying to get you not to do that anymore. Everybody else, including yourself, has not figured that out, and since we figured that out together, we're just trying to use our platform to influence you to figure it out. And if you have any other doubts about any of the things I'm saying, there's an amazing show called John from Cincinnati, and you can watch that, and it will speak to you. I promise. I don't know to what level, and I think the problem is I spent a long time trying to quantify how I wanted that to influence people if I ever got to meet them, because it's really a grassroots message, and it's took it on an individual level, and every single time that you watch it, I feel like you'll get something else out of it, even if you watch it in a binge format. But people need to be watching John from Cincinnati that need to know that what's going on here too. Because some of those building blocks, when that show was launched, I started the building blocks of this when that show was launched, and I don't know when the date was, but some of the infancy of the mentality of what I have is coupled through that and some of the amazing new wave, I don't want to say they say new wave feel-goodery, but the new wave methodology of to finally getting people to actuate. So I'm blessed and I'm thankful and I'm so humble and appreciative to be able to receive that energy, and I continue to try to reciprocate that feeling too. So that show being made and existing, it just happens to be one of the reasons why I'm lucky to be here too. So thank you for win number 777. Thank you, John from Cincinnati. Thank you, Johnny Monad, wherever you are. And I'm doing just fine. I don't need anything. I'm hoping that everything just is going to line up for me. So because, you know, me and Bray are doing amazing. And when I say me, I mean him as well, because I don't know. Like, he just keeps saying, I know. We're at the point where, like, I know. That's where the point where we are with it, guys. And if you want to actuate in real time, this infectious energy has been about the last 10 days or so, but the whole ride, the whole kit and caboodle has been 2 years of putting ourselves first on the grind. But that's basically the 2-year point when we got monetized, was at the end of a 7-year cycle, when we just spent 5 years thinking we could not do it. 5 years of thinking that we could not do it, and then 2 years of actually doing it, and then that was what a 7-year cycle was. So imagine if we would have started on day 1 of the first year, instead of be pretty much really rolling into it on day 1 of the 6th year. And look where we got doing it this way. So you guys, we're just trying to put you on fire so you're in a different trajectory. And YouTube should be happy, because if they push us in the algorithm with the 0s and 1s, we're going to be able to get you guys and all of your awesome things and ideas out here, because you believe you can do it. So more of those happen, so more people make money. And that's all they really care about. So I want them to make money, and by proxy we all do too. So when you don't, like I said, when my love's the type of thing you have to earn, but when you earn it, you don't need it. So shout out also by Win77 to Bo Burnham, and really inspiring me as a young person, that lets me know that some people truly fucking get it. Thank you, Bo. You're awesome, and you did it your own way too. You self-actuated, and you knew that no matter what people did to you, that you were going to go out there and inspire other people. So Bo Burnham, you fucking rock, and I'm so thankful, and I hope that your family is doing well, and you're doing all the damn things, because I know that you are. And you're just moving in silence right now, and that's okay. You got to direct your film, and I think it's a blessing that everybody gets to see your creative vision, and I hope that you can do future things where you don't have to worry about being tethered by anybody's expectations except for your own, because that's when I know that you create the most amazing art. So thank you, Bo Burnham. Here we are on 778. Win 778, man. I know that the piggy's moving, so I'm not looking at it now. I'm just not going to be staring at that. We're going to stay in our own lane. Staying in it. Bow, bow. It's like you can't get super pinched in with this though, because then you're gonna lose a guy. So you just kind of like juggle him out. Do the juggle him out. Okay, I'll go down here, right? Bow. I know, right? I cut it way close. Way too close. Like, yeah, you watch John from Cincinnati. I just don't want to spoil it for you. You're a bit like, yeah, he's doing that thing from that show. I'm like, I know. I'm doing that thing from that show. I know. Like, I know I am. It's a good thing, because it's just an allegory for everybody's fucking life. It's amazing. Like, I don't want to quantify it, because it's going to mean different things to different people every day, because we're all different people every day. And now, when I watch it next time, I have not seen it in so long, because I still needed to see so many other things, just some certain things, like some certain new affirmations I've added to my life since I watched it last, and it's like, I can't wait to see how it blows my fucking mind now. I can't wait to see the synchronicities in my life now, because people don't realize synchronicities are big and synchronicities are huge, and all they do is they act as the way that the Matrix can freaking identify that you're on the right path, so that you can fit into your place, into the ultimate algorithm of life. If you have to look at it that way, that's really what it is. You're either going to mesh in positively with everything, or you're going to vibrate out and you're going to be considered a virus. So I don't want to be part of the virus, neither does Bray. We want to be part of the solution, and like the healthy solution to everything, as far as like knowing that you can be healthy and drive yourself to do whatever you want to do. It's just so crazy though. It's crazy. It's crazy to be able to, I was so toxic like 7 years ago. I used to say stuff like, if you want to affect the change, you have to be the one, and you don't know the one, and you definitely can't be the one, because there's billions of people. I used to fucking say that to people. I used to say that to myself. Like I did, but I'm also a very positive person. I'm one of the most empathetic people around, and like I knew people that were doing great things, and they still thought I was capable of great things, and I really was, in some ways, not stifling some of those people from doing the great things that they were doing. But as much as I thought that I was motivating them, because I was coming from a position that didn't understand, when I said stuff like that, I was poisoning people. So what I'm doing now, right now, is the reverse of that too. So if anybody's got a fucking problem with that, me as a soul has to do that. I have to do that. I have to neutralize at least enough energy, and how long it takes to fucking mend the halo effect of all those times that I did that and didn't know what I was doing. So be careful with what you say. Be careful with the words that you say. It's really important. Really super important. You know, guys, I just noticed that when we do this, I know that like there's time in it and everything, but to be fair, I feel like as far as like legacy content goes, there's a couple ways you could spin this when we're done with it. It could literally be like a type of speed run from beginning to world champion. How long did it take you? How many in-game hours did it take you? Because you can basically min-max the math of a win being about a first place win being about 6 minutes worth of your time. So I could literally look at that, and also at the end I've pretty much only done idling to settle streams and stuff, so I'm pretty okay with how many hours it's going to say that I played the game, being close to that time. But as far as metrics go, that's insane to me. That can be like, yep, I decided, and you can watch me in real time settle that I'm going to do this, and I wasn't even sure. I really wasn't. I even said I'm not sure what I feel about ranked, because I wasn't sure how it was going to work. And then of course there's a time during the period of the stream where I had to have a bunch of doubt. But at the end of the day, everybody that is close to me has told me to not give up on my dream of being number one in the world at something. And right now I'm number one on the PlayStation platform in this game in the entire world. And I'm going for number one in the United States of America. So then the only next barrier, if I do that, I will be right up against the guy that will not stop now because he knows I'm coming for a spot. And that's Mint Daddy Pig as he continues to climb and climb. But it's a poor win. Look, that's a 35. That means it was a very poor win. So he's getting tired now. He's got the fatigue. So he does not have the stamina that we have. So we're going to continue to hydrate and stay motivated and fired up, guys, so we can keep putting the pressure on him. And then we'll make him tired again, and he won't be able to perform. And then we'll sleep in a better cycle than him, and we'll pop right up, and we'll take it, guys. We'll take it because we had a good strategy and a good game plan, and we're allowing you to see it live. We're being completely transparent with it, and we're allowing everybody to completely see that we're not gatekeeping it. We're anti-gatekeepers here, and it's awesome because you get to see how somebody decided and actuated out min-max sessions and healthily scheduled his life from when this game launched to when he could get to the world leaderboards, to against a competitor that had a weak head start and knew that they wanted to stay up there, so grinded to stay up there. And now he's already threatened because somebody like me who started a week later, 7 days later, has now laid a stake to his claim of the throne. And it's going to be awesome because we're doing it as Pacman. In Pacman Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs, and we're not using a skin, guys. Every single game that you've seen, I'm going to be the first person to have gone this far without using a skin in a game where you feel enticed right away to put one in. So like that's really cool within itself that we get a unique motive and storyline for this whole thing that we're doing. I love the fact that I was able to try to curate a narrative that kind of was very naturally occurring, and I was just like hoping that things would happen the way that they did, and then some things happened that I wasn't sure about, which I just added to the suspense, and like you're watching a movie. I'm literally giving you guys the ability to watch a free movie, and all you have to do is like, share, and subscribe to tell your friends to watch the finish of it. And if you don't, that's fine. I'm still going to do it. We're still going to come in the finish line this morning or whenever about the United States spot, and eventually we're going to take Mint Daddy Pig spot, and you're going to be able to say that you rode that way from watching us do all the things that we said, which was to lead the top of the United States Eastern leaderboard, which would be the United States itself, and then ultimately the global. So you'll see all the pacing. It's so exciting. It's exciting as much for me to watch, help kind of curate and self-produce and live time with all of the stressors and all the random variables that could happen, and know that it's awesomely possible to do stuff like this. To me, it's a new wave of YouTube content creation in general, where you can use content even before in different ways to do emotional things like this. You can use this format itself to do things like this when games like this are launching live. So I think that we've already kind of pioneered a new thing, and I'm very excited to be on the ground floor being very creative as the way that we approach content creation here at the Vid-Bits. So thank you for that too. We're very blessed, thankful, humble, and appreciative of being in the spot to be influencers in this way. So thank you for the platform, and again, thank you to all the people that I previously said, especially the people that have been here for this day one and the OGs. You know, there's some people like Clay. He's one of the first 100 subscribers, and he may not be around all the time, but I know that now he's been able to see that he thought 2 years ago, okay, that you guys are cool. That's cool that people say they do that to this, that, me, and that's all we're trying to do, man. Instead of, oh, yeah, you, yeah, okay, we're turning haters into believers, and all it means one day at a time, man, by just living you, being unapologetically, authentically you. And by the way, I know that you may think that you can't afford it, and sometimes they do have good sales. You guys should check out Jinko, because you should judge nobody except for yourself. And that's a shameless plug for a brand that I wear every day, and I wore when I was a child, but then I didn't wear for a while because I thought society really wouldn't accept somebody like me to do that again. And then when I got a different perspective of my life later, I decided to go back and get them again. And I'll tell you what, I've been rocking my Roos for 7 years so far, and they've been really solid, man. I get compliments all the time, and I make new friends, and it's a great point of purchase for anybody to realize that that conversation starter gets me in when it talks about my brand and what kind of things that I represent, but it also makes people realize that they can be, basically authentically and unapologetically them. They really can just do them and know that it's, as long as they have the right energy, it's not selfish, and it could be a little egotistical at times, but it's, if you're awesome at things, it's going to come across that way, because it's to have an ego is to be human. So really, that's one of the best things that you do, can temper that. And you know why I know that? Because I know people that do not have an ego that feel the same glow that I know that I'm finally getting up at the level, and they just don't have that ego because they don't brag about what they do ever. They just do the things that we're doing. But what we're doing right now is, like, number one, talking to keep ourselves active and basically focused. But number two, knowing that, when you move in silence in a way, that's also how you're humble to the situation. So eventually we will learn that, guys. But right now we're going to use our platform to influence people as much as possible. So the humble brags become even more humble, but you have to also let people know that you're happy about your accomplishments too, but you should also be humble and move in silence sometimes, so that you don't agitate the universe thinking that you think it's more about you instead of the collective, because that's when you start to fuck up. He stopped for a little bit. I think. I'm not sure. We're staying in our own lane, guys. We're under, 28, 19. So wait. We're under 50 victories away from being tied with the victory number for Kofi, but it's really about the rating. So 61 611 minus 57 337. I can't really do it now because the queue. So we definitely have to hook. I think that what happened was, when I saw the 35, that Mint Daddy was like nervous, then he was going to get another L, and then not only do you not make any ground, but you lose 75 points, or 25 points, I think. So you not get any points, you lose some points, and I mean, really, I'm sure he's trying to not get another L. You don't want to be up at high at that level and then be losing to bots and lobbies right now. Because again, I believe we're all just getting seeded for some awesome tournaments that can happen. I'm trying to stay eligible, and awake and spry. I'm trying to caffeinate responsibly. I'm definitely staying hydrated. As I continue to remind I'm reminding myself, because again, we're sponsored by water. That's right, water. Any water. That water, this water.
We are definitely sponsored by water, though. I mean, it's crazy. Like, water itself is just like totally about sponsoring us, and they pay us so much by making us feel healthy and happy and hydrated. So we're thankful for that agreement. We made that contract with them, and we're like, yeah, it's a pretty sweet deal. We'll push you, and you can make us feel pretty good about ourselves, and we're not worried about anything other than staying in our own lane here. Boop. Ooh. I don't know. There we go. That's what I need. I'll do the Wombo combo. Ghost Attract and then Repel, which is just funny. As long as you don't get pinched. You don't want to get pinched. There we go. There's an extra man's. If you're getting nervous and watching along, there's an extra man's. Shout out Kim. Shout out Josh. If you guys are watching, I know we talked about a lot. I don't know what time it is. It's late. It's early. But we're still rocking it. We're actually seeing some sweat from the #1 player in the world. We're pressuring them, and we're watching them move and sweat in real time, which we know it's pressure when they're really worried about getting some more dubs because, they know that we're trying to become the #1 Pacman in the world, and we're about to hit the #1 in the United States. So I guess now we're in their stratosphere. When the person that's going to be the one that we pass, we move past them, then basically they know that we're coming for that spot. So they took another dub. They're gonna keep moving, guys. So we're gonna keep moving, and they got a dub there. So we got Ava Gador Sada. That's wrecking it. I mean, about to take down Socrates, and you can see that they're trying to do that. They can't do that with the wins alone. They have to do that by having a higher rating. So, shout out to them for just making the damn moves to try to do it. But in the U.S. Eastern Division, we're #2, so close to that #1 spot, which is the #1 in the United States. And then globally, we will be just basically us in Pig, and we're going to keep going for it. And they know that we're coming for them because they keep moving forward. So it's amazing that you can see actively the race for the top. There's somebody that's coming from the top that did not start a week before the other person, so they are the villain because they spent money on the dreaded early access, so they got on the leaderboards a week before we did and had a really beefy head start. I would love to go back, and I can't wait to see the beginning when I first start looking at those things and what their score is when we start thinking about competing against them. And that's going to be awesome too. Where they were when we started, I think 10 days ago versus where we are now. So I hope that you're continuing to enjoy being along for the ride, and I'm having a wonderful time, and I'm feeling gloriously superb. I mean, it just occurred to me, and I don't know, I'm not trying to throw shade to Mint Daddy Pig because there's a chance that they could work for Bandai Namco. It's very possible. I mean, people that work on games get passionate about it, and also, why wouldn't you want to be the #1 leaderboard in your game when you work so hard for it? So it'd be amazing to know that I'm really competing against either someone that's a dev for one of their other games or one of their project managers or something like that. Or I could just be a regular person that's doing the damn thing and living their dream of being #1 in the world, and I'm very respectfully happy that they are, competing for that, and it's really cool that we have an opportunity to fight back and forth for it, and hopefully they've enjoyed it for the time that they've had it, and they will enjoy it while they continue to defend it. So that's awesome.
it's just, I want the culture to understand how exciting this is. Because we think about spending so much time sync, and this is not to discriminate against any of them, because I don't want to make people think that I'm not trying to alienate, talking about it as far as the culture goes, but we really spend so much time in these subscription based within our own game FOMO mechanic type things, where there's the I don't know what they call that. It was at the battle pass type things, and and there's nothing against it, because it's really is great for people that are structured in those environments that want to do those type of things, that really want to be in those games. It is great. But for people that can't separate, that they're not sure if they're really going to play that game that much other than the season, and they spend so much time trying to get cosmetical things and stuff, we used to be able to unlock those things in the games for free based on we spent a decent amount of money on the base experience. So when you're in situations where you lose a lot of your time because they say FOMO, right? You have the fear of missing out of that scenario. Then those are the situations that we have to take more as a gaming culture seriously, and holding people accountable to either making a wonderful experience that's worth you feeling that FOMO, because you are going to actually utilize those things in the end game of that, or after a game is dead, the fact that you can't go back to it and enjoy it anymore, but you had so much FOMO that you sunk so much time into it. And when they could just make the point of sale initially exorbitant, and then we would have to spend a lot more money at the price point initially, but then they would not have to feel like they had to get all that extra money later, and they would be satiated to the point where they weren't trying to put you in the loops per se. I should have some sort of, games I guess sometimes do that, where you can unlock everything. You push a button and you unlock everything, but it's like $20 to do that. Well, if you're gonna make me do that, I know that I can buy extra levels and stuff, but can't you just make the base experience twice as much, and then just be happy with that one time, and then be able to make me unlock those things in methodologies that's not going to make sure that I have to spend 6 or 8 hours a day in it, when I can spend 6 or 8 hours a day in a game like this and feel a real sense of reward and trying to compete with the leaderboard, and it's not costing me anything extra except for my time. The time has already been bartered. The contracts are just they're not working anymore. We have to renegotiate the contracts. So I'm willing to open up a discussion when we can talk about this, logistically. And again, if we have to use it in the sense of zeros and ones to look at it, then I'm totally okay with that. Speaking of that, I'd like to shout out Pirate Software. I just kind of passively noticed some of your things because my son shows it to me, and your passion and everything is amazing. I'm very thankful that you're out there influencing people in your life with a selfless way, because we're trying to do that to the best way that we can. I know that we're probably making some mistakes along the way, and I'm very thankful and blessed and appreciative of people like you that's giving knowledge that my son's using to help structure our company, when it's just some kid from the 80s and then some kid from the early 2000s trying to do the damn thing, putting the grind in one day at a time here to be amazing father-son duo here on YouTube. Yep. You keep going on, Mint Daddy. Keep on going on. I wonder, in the course of the stream, I'm pretty sure we'll see Ava Ghidorah crest 500 Vicks. That's pretty sweet. I wonder if Mr. Socrates will wake up. And maybe even P-Man will decide that they want to start playing again after taking a couple days sabbatical. But we will definitely give those people some shine, because I claimed that I would do it. So don't think that I'm not going to do that, because it doesn't really matter how Mint Daddy is moving. They don't have the stamina that we do. They don't have the pacing that we do. They're not min-maxing the routes that we do to make the matches go a little bit faster. So regardless of whether or not they're placing first as much as we're placing first, I believe that we're finishing matches faster than them. I'm not sure. It just feels like we are. So I hope that you guys are enjoying this, because I was talking to Bray about this earlier, that because there was a possibility that in towards the finish line, he was going to be woken up, and we were going to know that either he's going to maintain and find some way to pull ahead, or I was going to eventually catch up and hopefully overthrow the king. So as they say, when you come at the king, you best not miss. So shout out to Jimmy King. He's the best wrestler. He's the bestler, and he's better than all the wrestlers. He's got style, he's got class, and he'll rule ass. I got faithful, completely unnecessary tier membership member Matthew rooting me on in chat. He's awesome. He drops Chiefs in chat, Smokies in chat, and he really gets me fired up. He's told me that we got to lock in, and we are locked in now, bud. We are totally locked in. You know, we make sure to caffeinate properly in the loop of this, so that the caffeine would kick in right at the proper time, and we're okay. We have not over caffeinated. In 24 hours, we've only consumed 1 can of what would be a common caffeinated beverage. So, you know, I think that we're doing pretty good. Other than that, we've had nothing but pretty much water all day. Tried to be really bartering with the universe with our time and our energy equally. We've said hi to a lot of people that are strangers. We've passed, you know, strangers and made them smile, and touch base with a lot of people today and done a lot of good human connections. So the karma is real, and it really feels good that we're in a flow state that we can hopefully, you know, fatigue out Mint Daddy so that we can get a good chunk on things, so that when we're setting up for the finale, it's going to be wonderful YouTube television for people to see. Especially people that are worried, you know, that they never were going to get to see a modern leaderboard chase again for a Pacman game. So, you know, shout out to people that got to do those things back in the day, and I'm really thankful for us being able to be in the situation to do that now. So that kind of builds into the E-brand pitch that I was talking about, how we would marry well and synergize well with that. Like, you know, it just seems like a no-brainer, just figuring it out at a bigger level, so that people are also just networked and there's just more exposure, because these people are already doing the thing, and I don't think that everybody's connecting the dots on some of it. We're just giving each other props and not finding a way to synergize our brands because we're worried about cross-pollination, like alienating too many people, when if we looked at it objectively, we'd realize there's a lot more in common that we have than we're giving credit for, but you guys just don't know exist yet. So that we're just kind of pinging real hard as far as like everything lining up so that we can get the most attention and things that you guys might think are attractive as far as like feats go. Because we're really just all gamers at heart. You just, you know, you just get to do everything else once you could find that you know, entryway into the platform. So for me, I can't wait to do all kinds of other weird stuff too, but gaming is definitely going to help get there, especially using all those other cool stuff too in hybrid content with video game stuff as well, like trying to, like, you know, marry the media a little bit more, change the way that it's presented a little bit more, and, you know, on a very base level, not worried about how it's hitting monetarily versus just creating the content for the sake of creating the content. As long as we're put up in a space where we feel safe and we can be healthy and hydrated, we're going to continue to crank that out in a way where, you know, then even it's not on you that you spent that energy and time to create that stuff. We can just help the idea and then actually get it done, and then it's out there, you know, that type of thing. Because sometimes that's what it is. Somebody's like, oh, I don't have the time, and that's a great idea. Well, we got the time, and as long as you can make sure that we can do it, then we're going to actuate the idea, and then you'll still get the passive income from our efforts if that's what you're worried about more than anything. But we're worried about just putting it back into the brand so we can keep doing it again. That's why people that do it again keep doing it again. It's just crazy. We never really understood the secret sauce to it all until one day I did. It's also a reason why Bray unfortunately has vibrated out and like made the Pac-Man thing my own thing, when I thought that he would hang out for some of it. You know, he has guest star once in a while, but he does this kind of thing on his conquest, which is going through Dark Souls 3. He's now into the DLC, and then after the DLC is completely done, he'll go into Elden Ring, and then right before the DLC for Elden Ring comes out, he'll go right into the DLC, so he'll have all that momentum, and he's trying to pace it. And I just put the pressure on him live in front of everybody, and we really didn't produce it in the background. Just told him he was going to do it, and so we didn't overproduce it or overthink it. And now it's going to happen organically in a way where he's going to be able to have a flow state of being able to pace that for you guys as viewers in an episodic way where you can pretty much look forward to it in our programming block all the way until the DLC comes. So you can guarantee that you're going to see some amazing content from Bandai Namco from that. And it's not a shameless plug, as he wants to do it anyway, so we're just kind of just saying, hey, we're going to throw it out there, and if you want to sponsor us, cool, and if you don't, it's going to happen anyways, as long as you don't care that we love doing the content. And he's even, I think he's sharing monetization on those videos because he loves the content so much, and he doesn't care if it was completely 100% them and whatever right now, because we're just about trying to show people what we do. We also got Trial Tuesday, which is a really cool concept where, and I'm going to evolve that a little bit more because I know that there's a lot more access point that I'm giving it content for, but it's going to get so much more exposure and eyes on people that don't know that there's demos and stuff available for stuff. Like, there's demos, and we all know there's demos, and the only reason why there's demos is to get exposure, and then nobody's finding the way to expose the things more than the trial. Like, there's a trial. okay, that's cool, there's a trial. When we usually do that and we ping it on when a game is released, we say there's a trial, but nobody really goes back and just tries to find the backlog of trials. We're like, that's what Trials Tuesday is about, is like tackling the backlog of trials, things that we wanted to even mess around with that we do have access to, and then trying it and basically letting you know whether or not we feel like it's worth your time, and a little bit of a crash like stream where we figure it out together, and then we're like, okay, was this worth our time? Are we looking for this game anymore? Like, I think that's a unique way to approach it, and the Vid-Bits approach like that when we do our show Trial Tuesdays. So the last episode we did was about the new Rugrats game. Hopefully you'll check it out. And again, shameless plug, but that's a way that we're going to get a new value out of the programming that we offer, and it's up to me to let you know, as the kind of like in the announcer way, what it is now that I have this opportunity to. But I'm also trying to use equivocal exchange to balance plugging our stuff in like a humble way, but also with making sure that you self-actuate, hydrate, and care about yourself, so that the energy is equal. You're already using your life force to spend with us to look at the content, you know what I mean? So at that point, it's more about being respectful of the time management, and that everybody's time is not more important than anybody else's, and we have to start realizing that more as a culture. I also talk so much that you guys can't talk back sometimes, because sometimes we talk more to respond instead of to listen, and I'm just making sure that you listen right now, because I can't even see what you're saying. Because it could be like after the fact, and I'm speaking to future me, future my family, like especially Oki. Like, I want Oki Bear to be able to look at it and be like, well, Pop Pop did it, man. Pop Pop is good to do whatever he wanted, and I could see in real time throughout a 2-week period where he became the best in the world at something because he knew he could. Like, that is something that I'm going to be able to inspire my granddaughter for now. And I think vicariously that it inspires my daughter in a way. My daughter already believes in me anyway, so Vanity, you freaking already rock, and I don't have to worry about it anymore, because I know that you figured it out, and it's amazing to see you blossom into the young woman and mother you are. So but how exciting is all the projects we got lined up based on what I was talking about, right? Like, guys, we are less than 5 hours away. That's right, 5 hours away from becoming the North American United States Chomp champ, and I am so proud of the pace that we're on. And Mint Daddy can feel the pressure, because in exactly that amount of time we will be the number 2 person in the entire world, and only because we are in the United States and Mint Daddy Pig is somewhere else in the globe, and we are going to be battling it out and almost be live, because he'll eventually tucker out, and then it will be just the 2 of us fighting for supremacy. Within the next day or so, I will take the lead as soon as I can get myself in a stretch of time that I can take it. I'm going to keep going in a way where he cannot see it coming. I have the stamina and the wherewithal to do it, and I'm going to consult some medical team to make sure that I do it properly, and it will happen, and it will be amazing that I have the stamina to do these things and get through this and take the lead where he doesn't believe he has more time on his hands to be in the #1 position than he actually does. So I hope that you guys are enjoying this, but at least on this leg of the journey, this stream for sure, you're going to see me take the top spot in the North American division, and if anything else, if it wakes Kofi up to start working hard again, because they've kind of rested on their laurels because they may have too many irons in the fire, which is totally fine. I respect the grind and their undefeated streak. They basically, and that'd be cool if they woke up, because after we passed them, then we would actively both be chasing to see who would beat Mint Daddy first, while they continue to try to stay in the lead, and we were all fighting real stamina and time crunches and whatever our individual real lives are. And for me, my first and foremost priority is here the Vid-Bits, but I also have 2 other jobs now, and I'm still making myself eligible to do this. So I know in real time that we'll be able to hit the goal, because we believe in ourselves, we believe in you, and you believe in us. So we're just going to keep rising with this wave, and the wave is lifting us up, guys. So thank you for being a part of this. It's awesome. We're just going to be rolling on for the next 5 hours. I did the math, like I said. It's about 5 hours if I min-max. So that's what I'm doing. I've been blessed to be able to keep my hydration well. I've been able to keep my pace well. I'm keeping my attention, and I do apologize if it gets kind of ranty, because I'm talking to keep myself focused, but also to keep myself awake, unfortunately, a little bit, because I don't have any commentary or anything. And so, with that being said, I'm going to kind of just, chill, and I'm doing okay right now, so I'm not nodding off or hitting walls, and that's good. I keep looking at chat, and if they say that I've been doing that too much, then I'm trying to buck up a little bit, but it's totally okay. Again, if you don't understand what I'm talking about, is I am a second screen gamer, and if I can't second screen, I have to be the one that's doing it, and that since I normally can verbalize what people are saying in chat, and I don't have a verbal mod, and I can't really have any music loud enough to keep me focused, there's 2 options, and this is the first one. I'm not going to do the auxiliary option until I have to, which is to basically stop doing commentary altogether, not be able to respond altogether, and then just putting headphones in with loud music to make sure that I'm focused, because I have a playlist that keeps me very focused when I play games usually. And actually the fact that I've been able to do these things without that too is just another awesome testament to not relying on some things that may crutch you. As awesome as they may be, you can still self-actuate as long as you can focus hard enough to do that. So, no matter what the pain of the situation is, you still have to persevere, and you can learn and grow and inspire other people. So I guess that's a segue to say, hey Jenny, I appreciate you, you're awesome, you've always inspired me, and your glow is infectious, and I feel like I finally am getting it. So thank you very much, and I really appreciate everything that you've ever done for me, and I hope that the equivocal exchange is there. So thank you very much, Jenny. The goal for this stream is literally to get past the door, right? Or I don't know. Is it to get past the door, or is it to get right on the cusp of it, and then start a new stream and go as far as I can into the lead, or just do this one all the way as far as I can to the lead, knowing that I'm gonna have to do a rest period, and then I'm gonna start to make my move. Like, I'm gonna do a really good rest period, and then I'm just gonna start to make my move. I'm gonna have some sushi. I'm gonna have some fresh fruit. I'm gonna have so much here to keep me motivated as far as things that can keep my brain healthy. I want to make sure that I have plenty of water so I can burn energy clean. I'm gonna have everything basically set up so I can do the damn thing, and hopefully make a lot of move when they're not making a move, so that when they wake up, we're always moving forward in the equal ground after that. And then when they don't put the time in, then they know we will, and it will always be a nice competition until they either decide to reset the servers
or that's the me and him are the Weeby and the Mitchell of this. You know what I mean? If this was Donkey Kong, that's what we're at. Like, and I'm not saying that they're bad or anything. It's just there's the rivalry there. Like whatever other classic arcade rivalry is more, apparent. Like, well, that's with this game. I guess we're the rivals at this point, and it's nothing against Kofi, because I think Kofi's amazing, but I think that they have to diversify their attention too, where they just kind of were doing this passively, and now they're respectfully letting people that have a little bit more time and passion and can hone in on it have it. And they may come back into the fold. They may wake up at any given time. I can feel that. I keep saying that because I can feel it. So I'm not trying to manifest it, because if it happens, then it could be really bad for me as far as like how fervorous they could be with their attempt to stay number one in the United States. But if they let me have a good opportunity to get in the lead, this is really the training for me doing what I'm going to do to Mint Daddy. So I'm showing you in real time how I'm kind of logicking it out. This is the moves. If you were like a gamer where you knew you had to logic out your fatigue and your stamina and stuff, that just shows you how this is a sport. I'm having to train to do it. I'm having to adapt my technique. I'm having to do all these things, and it's amazing. So like when people say that they have esports quantified as a specific thing, like I have water all the time. I'm hydrating myself because I have to speak myself motivated into doing this and stuff like that. Like, it's crazy that people like would want to qualify like that. That's not a sport. You know what I mean? Like, shout out to Brock. He was talking to me about having like his school's gonna have like an esports team, and I'm thinking, how fucking awesome is that? That's just amazing. Like, those kids now are gonna be able to still have Letterman's jackets, and I never got to do that. But if they would have had an esports team when I was growing up, I could have actually had a Letterman's jacket to attach the letter that I earned from academics. So you know what I mean? Like, I didn't get the jacket because I didn't want to feel like I was attached to the culture of all the sports teams. But with esports and being able to believe in that, so the Vid-Bits are totally into esports. And again, we're trying to synergize with an already existing brand, and we're just trying to put it into existence before we try to make our own. And if the answer has something to do with both of them, then that's fine, so they can diversify the leagues. But I want to make sure that I have an opportunity to partner with a brand that already exists that we're really passionate about. So I'm just not saying it right now because I want to make sure that it's not one of those things that seems like e-begging, but I also know that by donoing or super chatting or membershiping into your stuff this late in the game, it's going to look like that we're a hanger-on to you, and it's never been that way. I just took forever to understand who you were as a person, and I just didn't know how to approach it. And I've also just enjoyed your stuff because I'm like, oh my God, straight from the hip, basically doing the same thing. You turn the stream on and you put something up whenever you feel maximum right now, pow, boom. That's what we're finally able to do here. So you do the damn thing and make amazing content, have such a reach, and can influence people and help people actuate their dreams, and you do it all the time. You're so selfless with your money and your philanthropy. So I'm hoping that we can attract that attention too. And it's just like, the criteria of what I just said, hopefully that you understand. I'm trying to like not logistically say your name or whatever, but I'm totally down to associate with your brand. Like, I know that I've been saying other people's brands, but I'm trying to be so selective so that you understand how respectful we are of you. That's the main thing. And I guess I might as well just say, I appreciate you, Charlie. So that's what it is. So the Vid-Bits are very big supporters of everything that you're doing with Moist Esports and all that, and we just want to find a way, if you could think about it, to integrate what we can do into elevating those brands and making that whole thing also a reason why we can do this full time and be out in the public eye. And if you want to talk about marrying my accomplishment here and getting this league started and having the fact that you can have the #1 pack champ in the world that's representing Moist Esports, I am totally okay with synonymously synergizing to that. All we have to do is talk about the logistics, and hopefully you can take care of us. All we want to do is be able to drink good water, dude. We don't care what brand it is. We just want to be able to drink good water and be able to stay healthy and hydrated. We want to be able to eat good food and get the compound built so we can just get this damn thing going. That's all we're asking. Like, that's all we want. That's the terms. That's the contract that we're throwing out there. So if anybody can get the eyes on this for that and the right reasons, I know if it's supposed to happen, it'll happen. Because I've already contacted influencers in the past and never got any hit back from it. Because it just doesn't happen when it's supposed to. And sometimes they'll even tell you no because they want to see if you still want it. But if we're selling the Vid-Bits as a brand, we have over 1 million views over all our content. In 2 years, we have over 1 million views already over all of our content. We're just two guys. It's me, who's born in the 80s, and my son that was born in the early 2000s. He's 18 and I'm 43. There's 25 years between us. We have all of the metrics from both of the demos, and he's classically trained in all of the video games. I'm a top 10 world run DuckTales speedrunner on the Disney Afternoon Collection. I'm sure once I train up, I can get those times down. An actual NES controller, I just found adaptability, and the other situation was better. Bray is in the top 20 on his own. We have some really unique tech for speedrunning on that.
I can beat Super Mario 1 in 5 minutes and 47 seconds and 70 milliseconds is my best time. Super Mario 2 at 13 minutes, 37 seconds and 72 milliseconds is my best time so far. Mario 3 at 13 minutes, 10 seconds and 20 milliseconds. And Super Mario World at 14 minutes, 37 seconds, and 35 milliseconds. So I'm working on a run with all of those. So shout out to Ryu, who can add a 5th game and still do it in under an hour. He's fucking amazing. He's the man. And then The Legend of Zelda, I'm still trying to get my first sub time without doing a bunch of manipulation, and I can beat it in 67 minutes, 35 seconds, and 0 milliseconds was my best times. So to be able now, and I haven't started working on those yet because I know there's a reason. I know there's a reason that we should structure how we do these things as a community. And I want to be part of the speedrun community in my own little way, even though I know I won't be number one. I just want to be in the conversation. And I want Moist Esports to be able to integrate that in a way where we can have a subdivision that features and networks with all the people that are already doing it, so we can kind of like start the people that people talk about in the like the old arcade days, but we talk about us in like a way where like I'm now in the conversation because I always deserve to be, but I was in a cave. So that's just me, but that's also everybody else that's just in a cave that nobody knows about. And we're going to be able to get the reach with your branding, with our branding. Braden and me are reaching children all over the world that nobody really knows about. Kind of like you know how Soft Gown Wrestling got the attention of Will Ospreay, and they were able to convince him to go and help fund money for a ring in Uganda because they got the outreach through YouTube. We're just using our platform as an influencers to finally hone in on what we really want, and that's to sell the brand, and our brand is our family, and it's just us. It's just us bottoming out and wiping out in front of everybody in the world in real time so that we can show you that you can then rise up and do amazing, big, and huge things. So, Charlie, please, if we can find a way to talk about it. And also, I know that I've talked about different brand deals, and I'm still very new in all of this. So, if we've misspoke with trying to get partnerships with people that you don't believe in, obviously your PR team can explain it to me, and you will explain it to me why we should stop pursuing that, because ultimately we are willing to not have brand deals with anybody else if we could actually have it with you first and foremost. And like the logistical reason is because of the ethics and the morals I think that we share. The fact that you always are trying to help people anyways, and you always just want it to dial in as to where the money's going and what's happening with it. So we're just saying do the things to help us, and we're not asking for you to give us the money per se, just to like help us with the situation. So if you just have to make it happen to show, you can look at our legacy content to see how we've been moving. Like I said, 1 million views across all of our videos, and there are over 800 and something videos, 840 or something videos at this point, and like a little bit under 2 years posting. And if you think about all the time that if you look at it, like you left your home screen idled and it doesn't count towards your RPG time. We've not done stuff for 4 or 5 months, I think, out of the 2 years. So it was just because we almost gave up, because that's the way the world works. So we got back on the grind, and now like we look at and respectfully how you have over 5,000 videos over the course of like over a decade. So we're just not using that as a metric or pace of what's acceptable, but we're just trying our best to make sure that even though some of it isn't the quality that we may want it to be, we're doing the best we can to hone that into, and like with your help we can have amazing quality, because we just don't have the resources, and everybody around us is just tapped to help us. Like unfortunately I'm working jobs that are very servile, and I'm just more there to be able to be a beacon of hope for other people, and also using my platform to do that. And now I've bottomed out and wiped out there too, so I'm just now trying to find the next move, and I'm willing to risk it all to at least have a conversation with you as about how we can help us make the right moves going forward. So thank you very much, Charlie, though. If there's any consideration at all for it, thank you very much for your time. And I did take a second place because I was just really passionate about that, and I just wanted to sell myself and be genuine for me and Bray, because we really think that if anything else, getting the speedrun community in a new integrated way, and even some of these things can be in the work and I'm not aware of it, and I don't want to ever take credit for it. I just want to be a part of it, and if I can help any part of it, if it's inspiration to make sure that people, just like I said, just maximum right now, Pow Boom, start to integrate that more, where there's more love and less gatekeeping in that community, and we can connect the Ryus to the Arcuses, and more than just the speedrun events once a year, the charity events, but like I said, like a real league where we can like feel like superstars in this community all the time, and we can fill the stadiums and stuff like they fill the conventions, but fill the stadiums and stuff where people can see these things on big screens and really get into the energy, and like that will do brand synergy, and it'll also make people zeros and ones, which is really all they care about. But we can just care about the love and the energy that it creates, and it's really people like you that can actuate people like me more than we're already doing. But again, I digress, because at the end of the day, and the only reason why we're here is because we kept on that grind, and we're going to keep on keeping on, baby. So thank you very much, Charlie. I love you, baby.
and we're gonna keep on going towards our quest to be the North American champion of Pacman Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs. And I'm so excited. If we look and see if he's still moving, he stopped moving, guys. Yep, the pig is sleeping. We have a sleeping pig, so we need to just. Sleeping pig is good for us, guys. We can make moves. We can make moves now. So we're really, what did we, getting up, cresting up on 800 dubs. And like I said, 5 hours. So that's now. I motivated and talked me through and time warped through another half an hour of that almost. It's another reason why I guess I do this occasionally is get manic about it. But I'm also feeling if I don't use this platform to say what I feel in a way where it comes across over, in real life like overproduced. That was my application, Charlie, so I have it live on YouTube, I guess. I guess I just won't, I don't know. I figure if it's supposed to be, it'll be, and other people are going to say, well, you didn't go through the right channels. Like, yeah, well, I'll go through the right channels if I absolutely have to because I still want him to know that I want it, but like at this point, we're just moving on and doing everything we can, and it's still going to happen when it's supposed to happen. It's just, we're still going to hit this Pac-Man goal, like, we're still #1 PlayStation player on this game in the world, and it'd be awesome to be able to attach that to this battle royale and everything to Moist Esports, because then we could wreck in this division and we could start to build up extra division for this, so it could have these lobbies full of real people and not bots. And it's like that's my motivation too. It's kind of really selfless because I want to see how I compete against those people as the Pac champion of the world, or at least the Pac champion of North America, the #1 North American Pac champion and #1 PlayStation representative. So that would just be freaking sweet. And I'm sure that's what Bandai Namco wants, is they want the games full of real people, so when they sell the game, you can see the chaos. Like, you can really see the chaos of when everybody that's starting from spawn is like that, because the servers are that big. Like, and it takes time for stuff like that, and sometimes the market never penetrates to that degree, and we can just be thankful for the little blip in time that the things are awesome. So I'm also, just from a video game preservationist standpoint, happy to be able to do that and have this catalog from like when it was launched, besides the early access period, all the way to now me trying to get the biggest of the highest ranked leaderboards. And I think that Charlie would appreciate the effort that we're putting in here. I mean, that's also like, I was like, man, it's not like I'm trying to impress him, but like I know that he loves this kind of stuff because my son has told me, and I have seen his passion for it. And it seems like I have said it on stream before, every time that he takes a record that is really cool and niche that he's working on, somebody decides to be a fucking douche and take it. That's real. That's me not trying to sell my brand to him. It's me being real as a gamer. Like, that's fucking sucky. But also, I try to throw my tech out there on my sleeve so much because I'm so fucking hardcore about it that at the end of the day, if you beat it, then good for you, man. We just had a stream the other day where we did Stick Fight the game, and somebody that is one of our subs beat the shit out of me, a game that I never played before, and I'm humble enough to accept it, that we started a new thing called Humble Brags, where since I'm going to be world class, and I am a world class champion at Pac-Man, and you beat the shit out of me at some other game, then good for you. Let me humbly brag about how awesome you are, because I'm a very competitive person, and I can, compete on the highest levels, and you are able to beat somebody that can compete on the highest levels at what you did. So I'm doing that all over my life because it's making people feel good. It's a humble brag. Like, yeah, man, you just did the best on this sales metric, and you just beat somebody that's trying to beat somebody on a leaderboard. So you just beat them on this leaderboard. And that person, Austin, you're awesome. You did more sales than me at my job, and you know what I mean? It's amazing that you can say that in a leaderboard at a different metric, you beat somebody that's trying to beat everybody in the world on a leaderboard. That's the type of inspiration. When I said that, they glowed, knowing like, oh, no. They knew that, that's awesome. That's a big and huge thing for them, because they never thought they could have that connectivity, that somebody had some other ability to have some sort of influence on the global scale and be 1 in a billion, 1 in multiple billion. And I get to do that. I'm blessed to do that. Even if the metric is that only a couple thousand people are playing, I'm at the top of that game. And if you look at that means that by proxy, when you scale it, I'm still 1 in a billion, and I get to be the Vid-Bits 1 in a billion with my son. And just, it's so beautiful. It's so amazing. I can't be more blessed and thankful, guys. I really can't, guys. And so I'm just going to continue to be happy and feel gloriously superb as we march on, and continue to quest towards being the #1 person in North America. Kofi's still not making any moves. Mint Daddy stopped making moves, guys, so it's just us making moves. Let's go ahead and refresh this real quick. let's refresh it real quick because I think that it's important to do that from time to time. I'd like to call that settle the stream. You know what I mean? Because you're giving yourself an opportunity to not just settle the stream, like the physical stream that's going on with the data and everything, but just like give yourself a chance to just relax for just a second. In this case, I'm going to let this run through real quick and I'm going to go get a drink of water. I'm going to use the restroom real quick and I'll be right back, guys. So hopefully you're enjoying this wonderful offering by Bandai Namco and Amber Playing with Fire. I really am having a wonderful time trying to climb to the top and be the #1 person in Pacman Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs. And it's been so much fun. So we're going to see this guy, this little kid that was an 80s kid, live his dream of being the best in the world at something. So here we go, guys. I'm just going to marinate on the leaderboard, and I'm going to use the restroom and grab hydration. And we're going to continue on our quest to be the #1 in North America and ultimately the #1 in the world. So thank you. Alright guys, 4.5 hours to go, 4.5 hours to go, so it'll be around the 10-hour mark in the stream. But if Kofi doesn't wake up, that we will be beating them and becoming #1 Chomp Champ in North America. Let's flip and go, baby! I'm just psyched. I know that somebody else is saying I really am. It just gets me pumped up, and I sometimes don't try to cuss in public, but you know, that's why it's flipping. I'm also, I don't know. Let's go. I'm so fired up. Alright guys, just so you also know, we've left excellent stream territory, which is 3 to 5 hours, and we're moving towards epic stream territory, which is 8 hours or more, so that's freaking awesome.
Oh. Oh, that's the worst. That was horrible. That's alright, we can take a couple ones like that. It's totally fine. It just makes there more character to the end. I'm paying a lot of attention, but it get a little bit of fatigue going on. We just got an achievement, guys. Was that food? Wow. $25 wins, guys, from getting right there and tying Kofi. 25 wins. That's a pack snack plus 7.
We're only the third team, or third people to ever hit 800 wins. We are only the third people to hit 50,000 rating. About to hit 60,000 rating. You guys need to drink some water if you're still watching. If not, no worries. I'll be right back. Alright, guys. We're gonna fucking do this. Let's go. I really love seeing you in chat, the vids. Thank you so much. Just keep trying to build on the momentum of the previous match and keep my stamina up because we're really competing against the champ right now. And they say if you come at the king, you best not miss. And Mint Daddy is giving me a little bit of time to get there. At least start to close the gap so the story can be written. We're the third people to hit 800 wins, guys. That's you guys that pushed me there. You guys have definitely motivated me. Everybody that's come in, everybody that's continuing to come in, guys, I'm telling you, that's so inspiring and motivating. I wonder how many guys watched me at the beginning of this 10 days ago and thought, he's nuts. He's not going to do that. And then I knew from the very beginning that I have done stuff like this so many times and I've never gotten any eyes on it. And that's because it's not for everybody, it's for you. So you don't get any eyes on it because it's for you. You know what I mean? Like when I could see something like that, like I can look at that and I know exactly how to go and attack something like that. It's like Neo in the Matrix. And I'm trying to be really calm and collected at the end of this, where I don't get super like hyped, but because this is like the first time I'm gonna get to practice this on the main stage, because this is the Americas. I'm gonna be the #1 in America, and then after we pull this off together, then we're gonna have a little bit of time to marinate how we handle on the main stage the victory at the highest level, and that's globally. I'm gonna go ahead and close this down and then open it back up, because that could see, like that right there, server instability means I could have freaking like lost. It said he was mad, but he did it. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I mad?
Is the predominant like feeling of this stream, like if you look at all of it secularly, is it seeming that I'm coming across mad? I definitely want people to understand that it's not anger. It's more just a projection of like having regret that I spent too much time in some sort of stasis and procrastination, you know what I mean? "73 hours of my life, maybe about an hour idling, maybe 2, so 71 so far." Basically what I meant there was crazy. Oh, I got you. I love that. That's fine. I'm fine with that. I really like the older way that we used to use that. Yeah, mad crazy. Yeah, for sure. I'm a pack maniac. I don't think it's a secret. So I really appreciate you to be able to hang around and see some of this, the vids. I'm gonna make sure, like, before I go for the home run, it's gonna be crazy, guys. Like, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy because he actively knows that I'm going for it now. Like we've poked the bear. Like, Mint Daddy Pig moved 30 spaces tonight with us because he was nervous as F because we're coming for him, bros. Like, look at him, 1072 now, guys. I was just giving him props when he just crested 1,000, and now he's making moves, and I get to see it live because he wasn't moving because Kofi decided to stay good at 828, and Mint Daddy Pig came up out of nowhere to take that. So Kofi must have been fine with either the palindrome, the 828, because it's very harmonious, or he decided that he wanted to focus on some other stuff right now because he's got other irons in the fire and just let Mint Daddy Pig take it. So we'll see. Like, I have to make the biggest push I possibly can. And then I have to healthily take care of my body and sleep and make myself eligible. And then I have to come back when I can. I need to stream it until I take the victory. It's going to be amazing. And I'm putting my strategy all out there for everyone to see because I know that it's going to be a competition at the end. And I cannot wait for it to happen, dude. It's just, you didn't have to go through the 7.5 hours to get to me being where I'm within this conversation again. So I appreciate you, Doug, coming in here at the end. And I told people at the beginning, I said, you know, if you don't come in until the end, that's fine. Like, because sometimes I get a little manic when I feel like I'm talking to somebody specifically. But other than that, like, I have such good intentions for me and Braden in this brand, and we do so much for our brand. It's just quantifying how to make sure we do things the right way, you know, making a responsible profit, using our influence for good, because like we're about to be on the main stage for this stuff. Somebody's going to look at it and they're going to find what they were looking for within some of the ramblings that I did, and if anything else, they're going to appreciate some great Pacman play. And I'm hoping that I was safe enough with what I said and try to be really curated with what I said enough to still be able to attract some sponsorships with some places that matter, so we can get money and eyes on our product as much as we can and be able to help other people. So it's been such a journey. I've been able to like show the raw human emotion and human existence in front of everybody in a vulnerable state where I just have not given a shit about how it comes across. So sorry, not sorry, guys. Like, if anybody doesn't find this interesting, that we're like the best kept secret when it comes to father-son duos on YouTube video game entertainment, and the people that know. Like, I'm everything that I would have wanted to view on YouTube. I'm creating that. So regardless of if anybody ever vibes and we lose every single subscriber and it was just me, Bray, and the small army that we've built so far, it'll have been worth it, because all you guys are going to already go on to do greater things than you ever would, because we're going to keep everybody motivated, because we're so motivated. and we're humble, and we're blessed, and we're appreciative, and we're thankful. And I guess sorry, not sorry. You've never met anybody like us. Thank you very much for YouTube having the ability to put us like as the tube. It is YouTube. We're really using it for what it is. If Andy Warhol was right and everybody gets their 15 minutes of fame, I'm happy to have this if it is all I ever get. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to be able to have this accomplishment, and it's going to motivate my family, Genus, and so many people forever. Just because some little kid from his basement that thought he missed the Pac-Man craze, which has it literally written in his baby book that he was infatuated with Pac-Man from a small childhood, was able to take and put his name on the global leaderboard on the United States as the top person in a game that has Pac-Man in it. It's just, it's hard to not be ridiculously egotistic. I know it is, but I also am trying so hard to balance that with being humble and gracious and showing you that it's us, guys. You can do this. You can do it. And it's not about Pac-Man as much as it's about using it as a metaphor for doing anything that you think you can't do. You're literally in a situation where millions of people, billions of people can watch you, or you're one of millions or billions of people in a situation, and then all of a sudden, instead of saying that you cannot be the one, you realize that you are the one. Because at the end of the day, if you cannot find the man, maybe it's you. If you cannot find the woman, maybe it's you. If you cannot find the person, the soul, the essence, maybe it's you. Because you need to enact the change. So change your environment, shake the system, love yourself, hydrate, drink water, be balanced as you possibly can be. Realize that looks different in different ways and different days, and it's going to be awesome, guys. We're going to keep going. The Vid-Bits are going to take over YouTube gaming as far as the father-son duo track goes, and we're willing to collaborate with everybody that makes sense. So it's not one of those situations where we're like, let's just rob everybody's money. We want to be so minimalist. We're being so transparent with what we want. We're going to take 20% of our profit for ourselves, 10% for Bray, 10% for me, so that we can live and try to have a happier, healthier life. And then 80% of the rest of the profit that you guys put back into the channel and all that we make from all ads and everything, it's going to go back into the brand. So I don't think that you could ask for a better situation as far as like transparency goes, and we'll make sure that we're always held accountable legally, and so we don't have anything issue-wise in the beginning, because like we like to do amazing projects and we want to make sure that we don't detour all the positive work that we do and all the light work and all the networking that we're doing. So obviously, if it makes sense for you guys to be attracted to us as a brand standpoint, and we stand the same principles, we are so ready to do work so that we can get in a better and healthier and safer situation. So thank you so much for tuning in, and you guys are getting to see me beat the people that were in the lead at the very beginning that bought this game a week early. That's another reason why this is an accomplishment, is because I didn't get this early access. So these people that have the leader spots had a whole week ahead of me, and you see what I've done in this much time. So these guys bullied each other up to hundreds and hundreds of victories, thinking that there was nobody that was going to dance with them in early access, and they thought it was just theirs to take. And here there's this kid from the basement, a week behind everybody else. The universe put it in a situation where I didn't learn about this game on Stadia. The universe didn't put this in the situation where I wasn't able. I didn't really know that this game was coming out early. I would have got this early, and then I wouldn't have made an accomplishment like this. It wouldn't be the chase. The first cutscene in video game pretty much history is the chase. Pac-Man on the chase, and I've represented him as the OG skin. It's all symbolic. It's all an allegory for everything. It's all done on purpose, but none of it's crafted intentionally. It's just going with the flow, guys. So settle yourself down for all this. I'll try to settle myself down and use my deflections. Anyways, I got music in my headphones because it's really helping me now dial in. It's my playlist, and maybe I'll share it with you guys, and maybe I won't, because it's very intimate to me. But if you listen to this playlist, it all feeds into the methodology that I feel. So I just know for legal standpoint, I can't play this music, but this music is firing me up, guys. Remember to drink water. I didn't take a sip before this match, so I got to do that now after this match, and that means about 5 minutes before I can take a drink of water, and I really wish I would have. If you saw the pile of water bottles here, I don't feel economically happy with a pile of plastic water bottles, so that's because I'm drinking a lot of it. It doesn't mean that plastic water bottles don't have a place in commerce. It just means that I need to find a way to be more economically sound with not creating the waste when I know that I'm going to sit here and stream for over 8 hours and I could just have a water vessel with it in it. I'm showing you guys my tech, showing you guys my heart, my soul, and showing you that I'm ready for this type of gaming to be in esports and what it can represent to the culture of people that feel the way that I do, because I know I can't be the only person. I'm not the only person in billions of people that have made this a game like this within a game, like climbing leaderboards and trying to have fake arcade culture in my head. And now being able to have the ability to show people that you can still do it and we can bring it back. We're bringing back arcades, but it's not in the same sense of like it has to be like the smoky arcade hall with the crazy carpets in the backgrounds. But it can be. It can be all of that too. But it's got to have like the right stigma to the culture, and it's not about inappropriate branding, and it's about making a responsible profit. And as soon as we can be responsible like that as a culture and network the right people to do it, I didn't even know that this was part of what was going to happen until it started flowing from my being, because I know it's what's right for everybody. Like, I know, like I said, I've name checked about the Arcuses, the Ryus, and I know I should know so many more people's tech, but like the people that like Carl Jost, I don't know what's Carl Jost, I think it was Summoning Salt. I'm probably misspeaking, but somebody made that whole video about the Fast 4-2 skip from Mario Brothers original, and it's like, you know, until somebody broke down the tech about that, it was a gate-kept thing. And it's amazing that somebody decided to be like us, like anti-gatekeeper, and we're that too, but we just don't have the time to make those technical videos like that. We can't be everything to everyone. We just got to be what we are supposed to be to who we are when we're interacting with them at point, you know what I mean? So sometimes things will get manic and crazy because I guess that's what people need to hear, and other times will be crazy and fun and have crazy fun times because we finally are mentally a little bit more stable with healthier foods and a more reliable supply chain for that. The amazing gamer compound that we need to have to be able to showcase our collection that we've amassed, and also the space to create. So all those things coming into play, like I'm sleeping in a horrible bed. It's like a crap couch bed thing from like Walmart or something, a horrible futon. But I'm doing it because when you bottom out and you wipe out, you really tell the universe, hey, what am I really meant to do here? Am I meant to perish or am I meant to strive? And then you really have to shake the system and figure out what you're supposed to do with your life. Maximum right now, pal, boom. You can't be everything to everyone though. When you do that, you just feed into energy vampires and horrible people that just are in helping you stay procrastinated. I wonder if you'll ever learn. I learned. Don't wait till half your life is over to learn. Let's do it together now, man. Just stop doing that stupid dance. Get out of your hamster wheel. Watch this Pacman stream. Know that I am #1. When you watch this and you started watching it at the beginning and this guy said he was going to call a shot like Babe Ruth and started playing this game live every day and streamed his heart to you guys, he said he was going to point to the sky and he was going to hit that home run for all of us. And he was going to bring Pacman home, and he's going to bring him to America before Memorial Day, and to the globe, and to the Vid-Bits, and to the world. And the message is all about self-love, actualization, and hydration, baby. Let's go.
big lid. The lid is big. It's the big lid. Oh, he ran into the ghosty ghosts. Oh, see, this is why I hate this one. The white pellets blend in, and I really feel like that's the type of maze that you would give yourself if you were really trying to challenge yourself if you made this like your home maze. I know it makes sense thematically, like when it's winter time and everybody be all down with that, but also if I sound a little hoarse, it's because I went and did and narrated one of my favorite comfort games called Dave the Diver. It's something I run once a week as a comfort game, and once the Pacman thing has died down just a little bit and I can try to find a manageable way to keep my throne, I'm going to make sure that I get Dave the Diver in the rotation a little bit more. Also, the cool thing about Dave the Diver is my playthrough is completely how I feel, and I completely am producing it every single time I do it on the fly and trying to have voiceover, which is something I've always wanted to do and have been passionate about. And so now, since I've reached my first stream, being able to reach you guys through the medium of YouTube and showing my awesome gaming acumen, and also being with my son as the Vid-Bits, being able to do the cool things that we do individually and together, we have an amazing variety of programming to you being delivered to you in a programming block that's curated partially by you and managed by us. So I hope that you will enjoy and find something within it that you'll like. And most of the time, it's going to end up being at this point something that you have already imbibed in your life. And whether or not you like the way that we've done it or not, at least it's another take on it, so that you'll be happy that you don't have to keep watching the same thing over and over and over again. But if you do, we hope it's the Vid-Bits. Pacman agrees. Look how happy he is. The vid says you must believe. The vids in chat says that yes, we do. We must believe. The gas and then we're supposed to be in the end. Smile. Your chode has been destroyed 200%. Abso-fucking-lutely not, you gotta smash. Man, I can't wait to meet all these people that have been inspired by music-wise, because they're all in the same culture. Video game culture is so fun, guys. Like, stop thinking that you can't be in it anymore because you're an adult. It's so dumb. 1000 to infinity with one SFS hit. It wasn't even shit. Woo! 4, 3, 2, 1, smash! When he's about to electrocute you, Samus is pissed.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, ooh, oh, oh, the ope. Rare steak, eh? Oh, shit. Well. Oops, that was my bad. I had I was doing Sparkster, and then I started going back. I can't describe it, but there's certain ways that you can besides the fact that you can make sparks appear if you hold against the rails. You also know how you're gonna hold the controller up against the rail when you go around a corner a specific way. So if you start to do that prematurely, you'll roll back over the side. I would show you, but I want to make sure that. I don't know. That's the type of stuff that I'll show you tech wise, and we can do 1v1s and stuff. And I can show you I mean, it's like that. I don't know, man. I got some crappy ad in my head because I'm listening to my music, my playlist on YouTube, and this freaking God, it's so dumb. I don't. Okay, jeez.
Sorry, you just got paid too much for that crap.
Ugh. Well, we have now officially become epic, guys. I hope that you're enjoying this so far. We are at 8:15. We are in epic stream territory, and if you look at the standings behind Kofi, we are 8 games away from tying. Was it 8? That's more than 13. 13 games away from tying their wins, and a little bit under. It looks like 2,200. Rating, and luckily Mint Daddy is not making any more moves, so we have to just keep going forward, and we're gonna get this, guys. I really am thankful that you're along for the journey, and this is gonna be awesome when we do this, so let's go. I mean, I hope that people. I mean, I know that nobody really cares, but except for it's cool that you care, Vids. Like, it's not that I can even make the algorithm see what I'm doing, but I've been telling it for 9 days that I was gonna do this. Like, and like I know that they don't know the pacing for the game, and I didn't. I'm just letting things play like lies. But you guys that get to stay, that they were really part of the Vid-Bits in the core, that see and can have scheduled to be able to come in. I kind of try to give you guys an idea when I was going to crest over the finish line. Should I make a community post and let you guys know when I'm going to do it so I can get as much eyes on it as possible? I just think it's cool that you're going to be able to see it live, because I'm going to keep going till I at least get the United States record. It's like within an hour, I think. The math is pretty loose, but 2,100, 750s, 10 games, another so 21, another 10 games. So about 30 more games. As I'm behind about 30. So the countdown's from about 30, man. So 30 games if you do our min-max math for what we consider a pack snack. That's about an hour and a half for 18. So if you put that with 12 more, which is another hour, so it's about 2.5 hours is how long we are from the record. So if anybody can get all of the army together, all of our guys, so we can get as much eyes on this for the 2.5 hours before it happens, because I also have to keep pushing after that, and I'll probably go to a max stream, so I'll at least play another hour, and then I'm going to see where my stamina is. I'm going to tap out on my stamina and then let Brave take the programming block over while I recover, so that I can go and I can push towards trying to cover the gap, because Mint Daddy is crazy, guys. When we were pacing against each other, he wasn't min-maxing those matches as much as I was, and I could tell he was taking longer to get his wins, and his fatigue was making him make mistakes. So when I put the pressure on him, he's going to know that we're competing one-on-one, guys, and we can literally create an event about this. We can create an event that people are going to get to watch when they come up in the finish line, when it comes to the actual title. So when it's talking about eyes on the prize and people talking about Chomp champs, people are either going to believe that they can beat me, and so they're going to get the game to try, or they're going to at least start talking about it more favorably as about how it can be competitive. So all we're doing is good thing for the brand for no reason, and we're not getting sponsored by these guys, but we're like attempting to, because I think it makes sense. But I think it's amazing how organically it's coming up, where it just like makes sense still to give them credit. And you know, people say we shouldn't play nice with people, but you know, we don't know ethically what everybody's about until we talk to them and face value and read them as empaths, and also have legal people and people that we trust vet them too. So it's like it'll be both ways, you know, like it'll go both ways. You take the power back. You instantly go in these situations and you think that you're not going to be somebody and you're not going to do anything, but you speak it into existence. That's where we're at right now. And unfortunately, part of the mania of me accomplishing this task is to give the whole YouTube audience and everybody that's going to deal with us, like, you know, as far as like a company goes, to have full transparency of who we are as individuals. So there's no, like, you either read my energy the way that I'm projecting and everybody else in my life does, or you can just be like, okay, he's a charlatan, but what are we selling? We're selling water. We tell you to take any water that you want and enjoy it, and to self-actuate and try to believe in yourself and do better for yourself. So that's not quantifying, telling people not to consume your brands anymore or any of that. We're not quantifying that. We're just going to try to motivate people towards what they think is better choices for themselves. It doesn't really matter what that is. We're not quantifying that. We all consume, we all push little icons, we're all ads for things, but if you think about it in zeros and ones, it makes sense to also attract a bunch of wholesome light too, because it can still serve both interests and get you guys money as well. So I'm trying to be able to make a responsible profit, realize that life attains balance, and sometimes there's going to be a little bit of what can be considered shady in some business deals, but when you're going for the Vid-Bits, you're going for full transparency, and we're also just trying to show everybody how awesome it can be to start having this as the business model, making a responsible profit. Like, wow, that I'm getting to use Pacman to get this voice out. You know what I mean? That's what I'm looking like. And again, there'll be still people that like, he doesn't know business. I've been in business in all kinds of different metrics, and I have a bunch of people that vouch for my acumen as far as that, how I'm speaking. And sometimes it's just, I'm telling you, man, you just know. But sometimes you don't know. Sometimes you never think you can be the guy. And then one day you wake up and you realize you are the guy. But you're just about enacting a change that's trying to be good for everybody. It's a win-win situation. If you shut the movement down, then you're losing a bunch of monetization for yourselves. And you know who I'm talking to. I'm not talking about the people that are going to be on
the side of what we're doing, like in vibing with this, we're talking about the people that still have to make some sort of negative about everything, and you're still going to be able to make money off of this. And I don't know who that is, and I'm not trying to quantify that either. I'm just trying to say we're available and open for business through ethically sourced means, and we have preferences who we want to work with. Why just flounder around a couple thousand subscribers when you can, if you continue on the path when those couple thousand subscribers happen, realize that, and then that's when people either stagnate and die, or they only have accrued a couple thousand subscribers over like 10, 15 years because they didn't really believe in themselves anymore, and other people didn't help themselves actuate. And then there's people like us that's continuously climbed, except for the couple months that we doubted ourselves, and you can see the metric is because we ran out of money. We were really focused on people's health. We really had to work on focusing on other people that had wiped out in our family. But now we're just being able to, even though we wipe out daily, we're just tapping out to the most we can and know that as long as we stay the course, we can remain eligible for all the awesomeness that this is going to bring out for the entire industry, for all of YouTube. Just this mentality that somebody has this mentality out there. Like I said, I can't wait to go to symposiums and talk and listen to people and be really receptive to how we can start to change the culture and revitalize it, and have a new wave of content, so people that have been raised on YouTube and stuff can start to consume it more responsibly. We can start to talk about things that don't talk about because they are the bad words, because it makes people angry and stuff. I don't even want to quantify what that is because I don't want to bring the stream down. But I'm having a wonderful time being the vessel for this, because we're all frail vessels, and I'm being very vulnerable and human, and just being Brian, one half of the amazing father-son duo, the Vid-Bits. And you can see amazing shows like First Impressions and Trials Tuesday, also Conquest with Brian and Bray. We also have individual and separate of those, as well as bits, series, comfort games, and more. Check out the Vid-Bits. We have a very extensive playlist section, and you can look at whatever you'd like, whenever you'd like. Or not. Also brought to you by our beverage, water. Yes, water, not any specific brand. Just find some and enjoy it because it's around, hopefully. And if it's not, it's a basic human right. So hopefully you try to change your situation and get some water.
shout out to MC Chris too, man. That dude's awesome. I don't know him personally, but he's just really chill, like as far as like his stuff, and I just love nerdcore, and it's so cool. Other people that I like is let's see, I really like MC Front a lot. Of course I've mentioned Mega Ran before. I'm a big fan of Schaefer the Dark Lord because he's doing what I've done. He's using some of his stuff as an allegory for dealing with his life, especially the song Intervention. His friends are awesome for dealing that. Let's see, who else do I really dig with? Who do I vibrate with really heavily? Certain eras of Watsky. I mean, I do appreciate different aspects of almost all of the music he has, though, because there's some really things that connect with me. I just tried to get a hold of you, bro. I'm not saying that we're not on the same page, but I tried to get a hold of you, and I think that you're an awesome person to network with, and you just have such a big people around you, so I'm sure it just didn't ping, which is fine. I mean, I also tried to get a hold of Pee Wee Herman, too, so it's not like I don't take it personally. Who else? I like Spose. I mean, I don't know politically though. He may be affiliated with political situations that we don't necessarily agree with, but I do like the message of a lot of his songs. When I mention any of these artists, I'm not necessarily affiliated with any of their political standings or religious beliefs. I just like some of the messages of some of their songs. So I'm just trying to be honest and open with how I've been motivated to get where I am as a person. Some of these people are really motivating, and people are sleeping on them because they're only supposed to be found by the people that need them at the time. You know, it's one of those situations that we just don't comprehend it. But they're also hopefully being fed, and I just want to make sure that when I get my reach, that I can get as much reach to them too as possible, as much as everybody else is too. We stop gatekeeping, lifting other people up, and we just assume that whatever level they're at is always because of where they want to be. And it's like sometimes they just don't get the exposure. So I want to be in that position to do something for that. You know, hope. Dr. Awkward is awesome. Like, I've been listening to that jam. It's been like my jam. I just didn't want to use it as any type of, on the stream or anything, because I don't own the rights to anything. I'm not trying to get any of the stream demonetized. But it's just, certain people have certain things that really speak to me, and it's really awesome to be in a situation to use that music to motivate me to actuate too. Part of it's been part of that, so shout out to all those people. Also, just stuff that's really light, like, NSP and Starbomb. That's pretty much it. Like, I mean, there's some other stuff. There's some more eclectic stuff, like Johnny Appleseed by Joe Strummer. Like, that's just life right there. Uh-oh. We woke up the pig. He's been waiting, guys. This is what he's wanted to do, so he's slept and let me work, and he's awake. Oh no. We're gonna see the pig crawl away for a little bit while he knows that I'm getting myself ready for the push. He's gonna get... This is the pig's last push, guys. So it's gonna be versus how I get my stamina, how I get my integrity, how far we go now, who wakes up first, and how long they game. We're really back to that old school competitive leaderboard thing where the integrity now is within us, so we don't have to worry about who's holding it. We've been fully transparent and accountable for what we're doing. We don't know anything about that person, and we've just been trying to give them props and be loving and accepting of their skill and position as well as everybody else. So, wow. He's moving now, guys. We're about to get that record, and he knows what's coming. when he's active, I gotta be on my effing game, man. Because really, it's gonna be who loses more matches when we're fighting head to head, and right now we are fighting head to head. He's fighting to get himself ahead of where he was at when he went to sleep. That could have been almost the worst finish because I'm also rattled, man. Let's go. Oh, there it is. Like a crazy, look at that crazy finish. Let's go. All right. Okay. All right, guys. I believe in us. I believe in this. This is the last match before I get to 60,000 points, and I'm sorry that I did an abysmal 17th place, but I mean, it's just me and Mint Daddy Pig are rivaling for number one, and he is rattled that we're coming for it. So here we go, guys. There's real drama here. It's a real event, and yeah, if you really care about this type of stuff, scoring, high scoring, and leaderboards, and the pace and the determination it takes to be able to compete at the highest level, and the training you must do to do it. Here we are, and I'm willing to admit that he's a really great player, and I'm still looking forward to a fight. But we're about to crest over the finish line of finishing first in the United States Eastern Division, but actually the United States in general. So we'll be number one in America when we get past Kofi, and we're really close, guys. We're really close. We're only 1673. That's crazy. That's about, you know, that's not much time. It's about 2 hours. So no.
Yep. Here we go, guys. We are only the third person to break 60,000 rating, and I'm very pleased. And I think that it's awesome. And I appreciate you guys for being along for the journey. And we have just a little bit more to go, guys. Less than 1,500 rating, which if we do that, you know, it's 20 games, guys. Countdown here in the chat is 20 games. It'll be on 8:43 when we'll hit, unless, you know, he wakes up, we will be hitting our goal. 20 games, guys. Alright, guys. We are 18 wins away, one pack snack away from becoming the #1 player in the United States on this game. So we're not going to end it on a stream with 0 viewers. I'm going to go ahead and end this stream, so it's already classified as its own amazing stream on its own. It's going to end at about 9 hours, and I think it was been epic for sure. But when I get back, and I'm doing it quickly as heck, so I can just get it done and I'll get my rest in, there'll be one more pack snack that will put us on top of the United States leaderboard. So it's going to be back to back and kind of crazy, but for prosperity's sake, I just want to go ahead and end this one now. So thank you for all the people that we appealed to for brand deals. Thank you for everybody that listened to everything that pretty much is just an allegory for how we feel as people individually, Braden and Brian here in the Vid-Bits, and hopefully you'll look at this as a prospectus as what we can do for you, for YouTube, and for the future, because regardless, we're going to be doing the damn thing anyways. Let's just be on the same team. The wave lifts them up. I appreciate you guys. But with that being said, I'm going to scroll through the leaderboards one more time, and I'm going to show you guys, give some love. Got to go ahead and let everybody know how much we appreciate them and how much they've been working for us here. And we're just going to talk about the splash page. We have Eve, that's doing hard work at 423 and 5 in the 7th place with 28,562. Then we have Shiba Inu at number 6 with 526 and 11 with an impressive 32,516. Followed by Mr. Socrates at number 5 with 489 and 0. Won an impressive undefeated streak with 36,130 rating. Next is Avogador Sada 007 in 4th place with 513, so 513 wins and 6 losses with 36,156. Then we have us at number 3 in the world with 827 and 1 with 60,297. Followed by us is the person that we're about to eclipse to become #1 in the United States. It's Kofi with an amazing 828 and 0, which we are 18 games away from beating with 61,611. And then to top it off is the guy that's moving because he knows we're coming for him, and we're going to take the top spot in the world. But until then, rest easy, Mint Daddy Pig, because we are actuating the game plan maximum right now. Pow boom. So until then, it's been Brian from the Vid-Bits, and you actuate too. Maximum right now. Pow boom. And I'm telling you, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be epic, and I just want to get as much eyes on it as possible. So stay tuned for me, for the Vid-Bits, for all the things that we're doing. It's been Brian. Braden the Chief are sleeping, but good things are cooking today. Have a gloriously superb day, and let's get ready to rule Pacman with Pacman, the OG Pacman, that's just rocking the regular skin. And I'm having a great time repping him. I hope that you know that, Bandai Namco, and everybody else that loves Pacman. See ya.